Oh.
Oh!
I can't.
Oh my god!
Yeah,
Hi
do
guys!
it.
Oh my god! She's falling apart. She's falling apart. We're starting early. Screw it. I never know when Kenny's gonna end. So
Early well, a minute.
we're like a minute. Whatever. Hi. Welcome to Friday. How you doing, guys? How you doing, guys? Oh, I never know when Kenny's gonna finish up. So. Why does this have to be? Trying to steal my thunder.
You know it's Friday.
Why you do this, Lamp? Why you do this, Lamp? What's up?
Yo, it's Friday, and of course I got Slow Fuse Gaming on the line.
No way, dude. This is a reasonable facsimile.
We
Robot.
also have Jen.
We also have Gentastic. Gentastic checking in. If you guys don't know, Slow Fuse Gaming and Gentastic, hashtag Team Gen, and that guy who paints. We are turning over the reins to these guys. It is literally Freestyle Friday. It's the literal best of all days, all the tutorials ever. And I believe that you're working on something similar to what I'm working on.
I think it's the same thing.
Are you literally working on MC Hammer too?
I think it's the same thing. MC Hammer.
Hammer time.
I love the names you guys come up for your models. Yes,
like
I think
Richard.
this is MC Hammer, the reasonable facsimile of MC Hammer. He's not quite as cool because he doesn't have like a bitchin' lightning axe. So there you
Well,
go.
I mean, I got. You know, I had to wait till the last 10 minutes to blow your mind with some shit. You're like, damn it, I didn't know it was gonna do lightning. Now I gotta do lightning.
See, like, what if I would have, like, what if you would have bounced over here and I already had like lightning on the axe?
I literally would have killed myself. My next stream, literally November 1st, it would be me just turning on the stream and killing myself. So,
You're just gonna kill yourself.
like, that would have been what happened. But
That's so good, so
that's what we're
good.
doing.
Yeah, no, we're gonna work on some metallic armor today. I figured that's the way we're gonna go out with this fourth core chosen. We have been doing the exact same thing that Kenny's been doing as far as models, but we've been showing you a different route to get paint on them using, you know, I won't say my style, but you know, my theory on going into color and showing how the exact same piece of plastic can turn out in, you know, incredibly different ways. So we're going to continue with that theme tonight. We're going to show people, we've had a lot of requests on doing metallics using glazing and airbrush basing and things like that. So we're going to do that today. Yeah, so we should have a lot of fun. Lots
So
of
we're
fun.
gonna host this guy, which means, AKA, we're gonna raid his ass.
Raid.
Gentastic's gonna be in there, so be nice to her. Only if you do any at Gens, it's always flexes and unicorns.
You can flex it, Jen, but be really that. You know what that says? That says be real asinine to that other guy that paints. That's what that says.
Scary Terry's to the other guy who paints. And we're gonna host him, and we're gonna watch.
Sack of sacks.
I like the chivalry. That's
A
nice.
sack of sacks to the guy with paint.
Sack of sacks. Every model has one. You know?
Every month has a bag of sacks.
Quick, I want to do a quick shout out to Richter Scale Studios who donated while we were talking. Big love.
Awesome.
Anyway, guys, stay tuned. We're gonna host these guys. You know the drill. Wait till we host, then jump over to Slow Fuse, join the chat, bombard this guy with scary terriers and flexes and unicorns. Let's get it done, guys.
So you know what that means, guys? That means that everybody in here with a bomb next to your name needs to start loading it up with bombquisition symbols. We got to get rid of the heresy. So just start pre-loading the whole chat with the bombquisition, because we're not going to let these guys roll over us and drop all that chaos and scary Terry sack of sacks crap, right? Let's do this.
D-Mac is ready.
D-Mac, let's go and let's go! Thank you so much, Kenny. You are the man, by the way.
All day.
Even if I'm just hashtag that guy what paints that I get sack of sacks while everybody flexes for Jen over here. That's okay. That's okay. I get it.
I'm not paying attention to you right now because I am throwing as many emotes in as possible right now.
I literally only have one
There you
tear
go.
happening today. Usually I get a lot of tears on Fridays when he comes in here and does this stuff to us. So, welcome everybody coming over from Kenny's. Come on. If you're on
Join
Kenny's
us.
channel still, you're still seeing me. See, it's not like you can get away from my ugly mug. The other half of the screen is the beautiful Jen. So she's good to look at. I'm horrible to look at, but I have all the painting tech. So you kind of force-fed me along with her, right? So it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't kind of situation. But go ahead and click that button up at the top of the screen that says go to Slow Fuse's channel. Don't sit there on Kenny's channel because you'll get all hot in the pants and you want to tell us about it in chat, and we won't be able to answer because we won't see it. So come over here and tell us about your hot pants. And about your pants. Your pants being hot. Are you hot in the pants? Oh, God.
All day, every day. I have done my job. I have spammed this chat as hard as I can.
You're spamming this chat.
Legends
He's
Den.
flexing for you more, though. Look at what is the flexing double-headed scary Terry unicorn? That kind of is going to give me.
That's a nightmare.
That is going to give me nightmares. That is
Bigger
definitely
Welcome.
definitely going to give me nightmares.
There we go.
Thank you so much, Vagrant Wolf. Thank you so much for the follows, guys. Welcome, welcome. Hit it up. We're also getting all those auto hosts and all that stuff that goes on. So yeah, so you heard it from Kenny. You watched Kenny. Hopefully you weren't sleeping and missed Kenny. Because if you miss the beginnings of Fridays, it's like Friday isn't going to be complete for you. Coming in here is great and all, but if you don't start your Friday at 3:30 Pacific, 3:30 Pacific, call it 3:28, just so you don't miss anything, right? And get over to Kenny's channel, Next Level Painting. If you haven't followed him, if you don't know who he is, I don't know what you're doing. I don't know what your problem is. You're on some sort of medication that makes you forget how the world really works. But go over to Kenny's channel, hit that follow button, and drop him a line. Earn yourself some Yo-Dogs starting next month, and get in on the absolute hilarity that is watching Kenny all day. So. And then he passes it off to us. Tuesdays we flip it over and I pass it off to him, but today's the day where we get to go on late. We get to have a relaxing afternoon watching him. And then we get to sit here and paint. So we're going to paint.
It is one of the best 6 hours you can do on a Friday.
It really is. I mean, between Tuesdays and Fridays, it's like all the fun. And then we also stream on Wednesdays and Thursdays just to fill the gap up, right? You know, and we have a good time every day. So if you're new to the channel here, make sure you check us out 4 days a week. And we will take you higher on that paint scale and show you what we're all about. So
and have some fun too.
Yeah, we have a lot of
all
fun.
day, every day. I'm gonna jump in this chat. I'm gonna watch for 3 hours while I do my commissions, and I am going to periodically throw a scary Terry out there. You know I'm still listening.
He's really quiet when he sits in our chat, this Kenny guy, because he's stealing my tech all day. He's gonna steal
all day,
my
every day.
tech.
I got a notepad filled with.
He's gonna sit there and take notes and collect the VOD and the whole night. All right, brother, take it easy, man. It's good watching you.
Later.
I love you guys.
Adios. Micho, everybody. Just this wall of sack of sacks. Welcome, everybody. It is Friday. You know the drill. We are here to take you on into the evening. Jen and I are going to spend a fabulous evening just doing fun stuff. We're going to be doing some painting. We are doing the exact same. I guess he's called Hammer Time, MC Hammer. So we've got MC Hammer all primed up and built, ready to go. We have been working along the same Gore Chosen box set along with Kenny, albeit that we are spending our Fridays pretty much just with a particular facet of the model and going through and working those up and showing you some techniques that you might not feel comfortable with, some things that you might not have seen before, and then we'll be finishing most of these models off screen. So we started our journey along with Kenny in the Gore Chosen doing this homeboy. I think he's called the something Mr. Clean.
Like
Angry Mr. Clean. So Angry Mr. Clean on Kenny's channel. We did the same model, same day. When we started him up, we wanted to go in and teach you guys about doing weathering, using standardized weathering techniques that you might do for vehicles, you might do for chipping effects is actually what we use here, to get a good skin tone. We wanted him to look like he had dried mud on him, kind of a battle ready, kind of a, I don't know, like a religious ceremonial kind of mud that he put on his face and his body before he went to war and put his armor on. So that's what we did here. So our Angry Mr. Clean had a really cool tutorial workup on both that, and then we came back and showed you how to do these really cool slate bases that we handmade. Then we moved on and are doing some non-metallic metal gold skin. Hey! The Mech Boss. Welcome. Thank you so much for the follow.
Maybe it's Dame K Boss.
It could be Dame K Boss, but I think it's the Mech Boss just because. And we're doing some non-metallic metal skin, doing the kind of Golden Demon guy thing on numero 2. We worked him up pretty good and got everybody really comfortable with the, well, I don't know about how comfortable you were, but showed you some really good tech on using the umbers and how I do my non-metallic golds. So we've got that guy. All of these guys will be worked up to finish, but we've been taking them slow. The third guy we went in, and last Friday, our VOD over on YouTube or here on Twitch will show you how we really didn't do anything special here. The tech that we were focused on was using inexpensive paints. Orc Pride, thank you so much. We got a lot of orc names coming on here. It's a little worrisome. We got a wah going on. Somebody's got to go. Next thing we're going to see is wah, and the freaking roof is going to fly off. Thanks so much for the follows, guys. So we came in and we did some tech last Friday on showing you how you could use very inexpensive paints. A lot of what we do and focus on here on the channel and with Brushlickers United in general is how to kind of lower the barrier of entry for our hobby. It's a great hobby, but nobody's going to tell you that it's cheap, right? It's not inexpensive to get in and build these models and have fun and do all this stuff. Devilman, what's going on? Dathar, what's going on? Genuine, LT, everybody. Look at this. Welcome, guys.
Genuine needs help.
Genuine? What? Why are you screaming help? What the hell? Anyway, so what we did here is we used very inexpensive paints. We went to Hobby Lobby. I had a question the week before from actually more than 2 of our viewers through Facebook and through private messaging asked me about inexpensive methods to get the paint because they see us, Kenny and I, Michael, everybody, Keyline, everybody calls out the colors of paint they're using, whether they're using Citadel, whether they're using Vallejo. I use Vallejo primarily, and I've got, if I can hold this back and rotate this over, I've got my paint racks over here are filled with excruciating amounts of Vallejo paint, as you can see. White Warlock, welcome. Thank you for the follow. So yeah, so there's this big, long, ever-growing collection of my paint rack that I built over here. And what that does is it gives us a really good basis for painting, obviously. But what it fails to recognize is that not everybody has got 80 million colors of paint in a paint rack like we do. And so I get people all the time, hey, I want to be able to do that color you worked up. What were the colors that you did? And I say, well, here's the 5 Vallejo paints I did to work up my non-metallic gold. And they croak. They're like, you know, those 5 paints cost $15. You know, for $15, I could get another Space Marine dude to paint. So, you know, or, well, 5 paints, $15. Who am I kidding? That's like $30. So, what we did is we took the cheap-ass Hobby Lobby paints. And the, how many are in that box, Jen? 36? Yeah, 36 paints in that box. And it was $19?
$27.99.
Huh?
$27.99 at Hobby Lobby. You get a 40% off coupon.
Yeah. Yeah, $27.99 at Hobby Lobby, but with the 40% coupon off that they give you every week, it literally was like free. Our joke was that they handed us money as we left, and we got 36 colors of more paint than you'll ever use in your entire life. So, and we started using them here. And as you can see, like the golds, everything worked really well. The gold metal flake, the silver metal flake, all of these colors came from that Hobby Lobby set. All the browns, everything. Neo Cypher, thank you so much.
Thanks,
look,
Neo.
here they come. Is it going to make it? It's in the cup. It's in the cup. Thank you, Neo.
Neo, have a good game and check back with us when you're done.
You gotta go do stuff. What?
Yeah. Let's play an indoor soccer game.
Oh well, that's a good excuse. Go kick their asses. Kick some ass.
And thank you.
Thanks, Neo. Yeah. So all the highlighting and everything that we did last weekend, everything was done with the inexpensive paints. The thing that really got me started to recognize how good they were and how viable they were was as we started working up the skin. The skin tones themselves really started popping. I didn't have to do anything that I wouldn't normally do as far as the style and method that I was using to control the paints. Run them a little bit thinner than I might with the standard Vallejos, but they're working really well. I am going to finish this entire model with those paints as well. So when you see all of this set finished, they will all be done in much different styles. Each one of these models is going to look completely different and give them a unique character, which is what we were going for. But just like Kenny, this set will go live with one of you guys out there. When we are done, Kenny, I think, said that on November 14th or 15th, correct me if I'm wrong, I think on the 14th of November, we are going to see him give away his Gore Chosen set. And then I plan to follow up that following Friday, the end of that week, and do the giveaway with us. So this whole set, plus the Gore Chosen box set, just like Kenny, will get to go home and live with one of you guys. And they will all be finished by then. Either that or I'll just send them home with the paints and you can finish them yourself. I wouldn't do that to you, really.
Deathanakin was asking about your paint rack. Is it PVC piping, and do you have a tutorial on making it?
It is PVC piping. You can see a step-by-step. If you go to my Facebook page, Deathanakin, on Facebook, it's just Slow Fuse Gaming. Look me up. You'll find both the store site and my personal site. And on one of those, go and look in all the photos, and you'll see a step-by-step of how I did it. And that's as close as we have as a tutorial. But it's literally half-inch plywood, the cheap-ass PVC, the thin-walled stuff, not the Schedule 40 thick stuff, because that's too expensive and you don't need that. But it's the thin stuff and a chop saw, some glue, screws, nails, a little bit of white Kills paint, and it really easy. Really easy. And I built mine as a whole rack, and my big monitor sits on top of it, and it's got models all across. It's crazy. I got a shelf, and so you can make it as complex or as simple as you
Contacts
really
have a
want.
link to your Facebook.
What's that?
Does Contacts have a link to your Facebook?
I believe Contact has a link to the Facebook. So if you go, if somebody does that, perfect.
There it is.
Facebook.com/SlowFuseGaming. That's me. Holy crap, that's me. So yeah, head over there, and you can find us. And there's photos and stuff of simple wood project that you can do, and I think it costs $20 maybe of hardware. I think I could have used more sticks of the PVC because I still have paints everywhere else that aren't in it. All right, so yeah, definitely, man, definitely. Gabe, what's going? How's it hanging? A little to the left, but it's good. All's good. All's good, Gabe. Richter scale. What size PVC tube do we use for the dropper bottle rack? You made one, but the pipe looks thicker. Yeah, you used the Schedule 40 pipe, or the Schedule 20. I can't ever remember what the scheduled pipe is. There is a PVC pipe that is the same 1-inch diameter that you want, or 1.125" diameter that you want, but it has a thicker wall for higher pressure water. It's the stuff that you'd use like on your house water system versus like the sprinkler water system stuff that's lower pressure. You want the thin-walled, low pressure stuff because obviously there's no pressure. It's just paint. Haha, it works great. It works great. It works great. All right. So we got that guy. Before we do that, we always like to go back and just kind of summarize what we did during the course of the week. We've been working on a bunch of our commission work. I am a full-time commission artist. So we've been going through and working on a lot of our Kingdom Death Girls. We'll throw them out here so you can see what we're doing. Anybody that's new to the channel, give you an idea of what we do around here.
And while he's setting up, if you have questions, just tag one or both of us in your question in chat, and I'll make sure that he hears it.
Yay!
I don't interrupt him when he talks, though, because he's giving you such wise information that I like to let him finish. So
Did you just say I'm a wise ass? Is that what you just said? Did you just... Is that how we're gonna? Did I hear right? Do I need to clean this here out?
So if we don't get your question right away, no, we will get to it. There we go.
So we've been working on these Kingdom Death Girls.
She's hot.
Yeah, she's hot. She's hot. It's smoking hot. So we've been doing a lot of these Kingdom Death Girls. We've got a full, I think it's an 8-figure set of the pinup Kingdom Death Girls. And we started off and have been working on doing, again, each one of these is its own kind of display model, and all 8 of them are going to be on display for this particular client who's one of our viewers. But they're not going to be used in game, I don't think, unless he happens across the game and decides to use them. But right now the idea is they're just going to be display models. So we've been, again, tackling each of them as an individual vignette model. So this is the first one that we did. Did a lot of tutorial work with her, working up skin tones, doing some non-metallic metal. I'm a big fan of non-metallics in the right scenario, and so we've been doing that. This one really didn't have much of a focus on dramatic light source, although we did make sure that we had a dark side of the armor so that we could show people different techniques for doing like metallics, the non-metallic metal when it's not in a bright light. So the back of her calves here versus the front of the armor as we start giving it a sheen. So we worked that one up. On this girl, this was more of a dynamic OSL object source lighting, which is what we've been working on the next one as well, going through and teaching people how to work everything up from your pre-highlights, your pre-shades, on up into your lighting glazes and final treatment for these models. So she's pretty close to done. You can see that it gives a really nice glow as if this blood pool or whatever's swirling up out of her cut is radiating an infrared style light. So we've shown how we work this all up, and she's coming along really great. I love these models. They're so dynamic, and they've got really cool look to them as well. And they're half naked or more, so you can't ever bitch about that. You get to paint butts and boobs. So who doesn't like butts and boobs? And this one we're basically doing the same point source style lighting, but it's emanating from a lantern on her back. So we've been slowly working up on tutorial. I think we did 2 or 3 nights this last week working on her. And again, we're just going through, and we're about, I would say about halfway to the point where we're going to start glazing down with the lighting source. This particular light source is going to be green on her, and so we're having to work our colors up in a method that allows us to then glaze back down with greens to really get the same kind of pop effect from these lights. So last night I think we ended with doing a little bit of the hair. We did some non-metallic gold on the sword and such. So we've got a lot of this coming up in the next week. We're also working on a batch of Malifaux models. We've got a crew box.
Donate $5 to the cause.
Holy cow! Death by Donut and 13 cents.
DVD.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me with the 13 cents? I know
love
you're
it.
great, Death. Thank you. Hype it up for Death. You can, if you are not a subscriber to the channel, feel free to type !hype, and that'll go ahead and throw up some emotes in the channel. Give him some heart bombs and some bomb snails to show some love there. We are doing this Malifaux Dreamer crew. So last night I used. We do tutorials every night of the week. Friday it's really our focus where we kind of prep. She did that like super hyper fast. Did you guys hear that? She said, no, Batman. Batman. Thanks, Dad. So last night we walked through a step-by-step. People had been asking, could we do the same kind of workup that we had done for all of our pre-shading and pre-highlights like we do here. All of this pre-highlighting was done with airbrush. And then we're going in with just brush paints, doing all the skin tones and working everything up past the beginning sections. So people have been asking me, can you do the same thing if you don't own an airbrush? And I said, sure, you can. It's going to be more difficult. It's not going to look exactly the same. So last night we worked up pre-highlight and pre-shade with this little guy using a brush. So I just went in and kind of hacked in, you know, some grayscale and worked up from a dark gray to a light gray and actually even a white. Wherever you see the brightest yellows here, we worked all the way up to white and gave that highlight. And all this was done with brush. And then after we had all of the grayscale done and you look kind of like a weird oversaturated black and white character, we then threw a bunch of yellow ink. So I took an opportunity to show you how you could also brush ink, because I airbrush ink a lot on here. But we went ahead and brushed the ink on and got a very similar effect. The effect's not the same as when you airbrush, but it is very similar. So this is all yellow India ink that we used to get that coloration over the primer and gray body. And then we just went in and obviously did some detailing and some blending and you know, some glow on the eyes, stuff like that. But a really cool little model, so we're working on a lot of that too. We do everything around here. We've got Malifaux models, we've got War Machine models, we've got Infinity models, we've got 40K, Age of Sigmar, you name it. If there's a game system out there, we probably have models here that need to be painted. I'm painting these
models everywhere.
These little suckers for the Halo Ground Command box set. That's all 15 mil stuff, so I'm doing a lot of that. This is all being done in inks as well. So we're the same kind of workup, and I'm painting these guys with ink, so these are turning out really nice. Haven't done any of those on stream. The small guys, like the 15 mil guys, are really hard to get my head around being able to do them on stream, because even the vehicles are so small. I don't think they pose a big viewable content. So all right, so let's do MC Hammer here. What do you say?
Yeah.
What do you say?
Can't touch this.
Can't touch you. That's what you say? Shoot, she always says that. She'll say that later tonight too, so I'm used to it. But bump.
Why don't you donate $5 to the cause?
Great, taking care of 13 cents. OCD kicked in. He's like, no, I can't stare at 13 cents. You guys rule. Great way to kick off the Friday. Thank you so much. Also, if you look up above, just do our house cleaning before we get into it and get started, because I'll forget. All this shit will just fly right by, and I'll forget to even talk. If you look right above me, the critical mass, our ticker here is a constant giveaway mechanism that we do. The machine keeps rolling all the time, and our current giveaway target is the entire Space Marine Strike Force Ultima set. We've got the box sitting in the living room. It's freaking huge, and it's got everything. It literally has everything. It's got, where's it at? It's in here. It's Mass Marines. It's this damn thing. And it literally is huge and has everything you need to do to start Space Marines. Everything you need for starting Space Marines. If you've never played 40K in your life, if you've played 40K and you're a dirty towel player, if you've played 40K and you're still misguided and play Orcs for some reason, now you can get into Space Marines. And it comes with a Space Marine Terminator captain. It comes with a Stern Guard veteran squad of 5. It comes with a 10-man TAC squad. It comes with a 5-man Terminator squad, Land Raider, what's that? A Razorback, Drop Pod, and Sky Chicken, whatever that little freaking flyer is. So it's a great way to get into Space Marines, and it can be yours literally free to your door. Anywhere in the world. I don't care if you live in Botswana, as long as there's a postman that'll bring it to your door, or a post office where you can drive in or ride an elephant and go get it. I don't care. Do you have elephants in Botswana?
I've never been there.
It sounds like a place you'd have elephants, so I don't know. Maybe you have something. Maybe you have tigers, llama, whatever you got. As long as you can ride what you got to the freaking post office, this can be yours. And you can do whatever you want to with it. You can catch it on fire, you can build it and play with it, you can paint it, you can send it back to us, whatever you want to do whatever you want. But it's going to be great. And the way it works is that as soon as our target is hit, in this case $280 into the, we are nearly $100 into it anyway. So if we get all cocky, we might get really close tonight. And as soon as we hit the end of the ticker, then we'll either start a raffle or an auction, one of the two, and everybody in chat gets to participate, and we get some fun stuff happening. Sometimes we do auctions, and you use your channel currency to do all of that. You use your channel currency to buy raffle tickets, use it to bid for the auction, whatever you want. But we're going to be giving away a really cool thing. And after that, hopefully we'll have some Burning of Prospero. We just gave away Deathwatch Overkill. We've always got something churning. There's always something up there. So thank you so much to all of you guys that help support and keep our channel running. And our way of giving back is pretty exciting. So I think that's it. Can I start? Can I paint now? Can I paint?
I think so.
You still have a lot of older GW ink, Viking. Can you use it that same way as India inks, or is it different? You definitely can. Just understand that the acrylic ink, the acrylic artist inks, will pool differently. They will draw into recesses and darken areas a lot quicker than the India inks. In the case of the India ink, I had to go back and actually manually layer the ink on to get it brighter or darker where I wanted it, right? And whereas the acrylic-based inks literally will flow to an area if you've got a recess, like the folds in his skin here around the ribs, in the neck. If you happen to be holding the model like this as you're painting it, it will settle there and make it super dark, which is not necessarily what you want. Because they didn't make those acrylic inks thinking that what you were doing was glazing with them. They made those acrylic inks as almost a wash. Those were kind of the pre-Nuln Oil days, right? They didn't have Nuln Oils. There was a Wonder Wash back then, and there was dipping in Future Floor Wax, and that was pretty much it. And so the inks were kind of a way to tint, color, and shade all at the same time. So just be careful with that if you're going to use acrylics. Even if you go to the store and buy acrylics, I recommend the India inks for all the reasons I'm talking about. And I use Dr. Martin's Bombay India inks. You can buy them in sets on Amazon. You can get them at Hobby Lobby by the bottle. I don't remember how much they cost for a bottle. They're like maybe $4 or $5 for a bottle. Don't quote me on that. But you get a lot. I mean, you'll have a hard time using all this. And I airbrush them most of the time. You saw me brush them. Like that, but just realize that the acrylics will pool differently and have a different effect if you let them build up on the model, right? So you just got to be a little bit more careful. Careful. You got to be careful.
Is there a theme for tonight's painting? Like last week was expensive paint.
Yeah, well, what we're doing tonight is we're going to show you how to work up metallic colors, okay? Yes, there are some metallic colored paints. As a matter of fact, Vallejo has a paint called Signal Red, and I think they have a metallic blue as well. Do I have it? Yeah, so we've got a metallic blue that's called Arctic Blue, and you can always tell because it has the silver metallic and it says Air Metallic right on the bottle. So they have some metallic paints. I don't like these at all. I hate using them. They're not good paints. They have a very weird coloration. They kind of still want you to build up a base coat underneath them that gives it more body. Otherwise, they're very two-dimensional and weird, right? They just have a weird feeling to them. So what I'm going to do tonight is we are going to paint this dude, and we're going to give his armor a metallic sheen, and we're going to do it in that standard corn blood red, but metallic, right? So all the other armor that we've been doing on these guys, even last week when we did the inexpensive paint, is all just, red. Like this guy, we went a little bit deeper crimson, but we're still just highlighting, and it's still just red. This is very gloss because those inexpensive paints have a gloss sheen to them rather than our model paints. But yeah, so we're going to do metallics. So how are we going to do metallics? Well, we're going to airbrush. We're going to start by airbrushing, and this is what we're going to do. This is our lineup tonight. These are the usual suspects that we are going to be playing with. We're going to be starting with Gunmetal Model Air Metallic. We're going to move into silver RLM and then aluminum if needed. We may not do the aluminum. It depends on how I like to highlight with the silver. And then what we're going to do is that'll be the end of our airbrushing. We're going to airbrush our silver metallics on, and then we're going to go back and we might do some glazing. We might do some glazing with browns over these to get some shadows. But my plan is to go in straight over it with a whole red glaze to build up our shadows where we need them on the gunmetal areas. And then we're going to go into our standard red mix, which will take whole red and red RLM, and just start varying these and brush glazing over the model in order to get the effect that we're ultimately after. So it's going to show you how you can do it. And obviously, just like last night, where all of the techniques that I showed you and that you'll see tonight, airbrushing all of our pre-highlights, because really we're just highlighting with metallics is what we're going to be doing. And in order to get that pre-valuation set up, you can do all of this with brush as well. It's just going to be a little bit tougher to get your transitions the way you want them if you know about blending and all of that. But like I said last night, we showed you how you can do that. So don't fret. If you see anything you're really stoked about here tonight that I do with the airbrush, you can do all of this with brush, and feel free to ask me questions about how you would do that as I go along. But I feel like I want to do it with airbrush tonight, just so we can hopefully get it.
Draco, what did you eat that was delicious?
Yeah, I remember Viking. I think you told me that you had made the mistake of picking up the acrylic inks. You can still use them. It's not like they're bad stuff. I just think you would be happier with the Bombays for the reasons I discussed. They just act better.
Ooh, yummy! Chimichanga.
A chimney? What? I wanted Mexican today. Jen looked at me like I had 9 heads and said no.
The place was just too far.
She said no. What she said. Don't listen to her excuses. They come next. What she did is she said no.
Victor Blaze was too far.
She held up her hand.
I had to work today.
No.
I didn't have that kind of time.
See? Shouldn't have time for me is what she's saying.
Exactly what I'm saying.
I don't understand. I'm a bad listener.
You're very sensitive today.
No, but I am a bad listener, so I got that going for me. Why is there purple paint in this brush, Jen?
Well,
have you been painting purple with my airbrush? Or was I painting purple with this airbrush? I can't remember anything we painted here recently that was actually purple. Why is there purple in this?
I feel like you did paint something purple.
Did I?
Yeah. The thing on the thing that was a surprise.
Oh, we painted some purple. Hey, Shogoth!
I don't know if they're here.
Shogoth! Didn't you just say Pixie was here? No? No? Shogoth, you here? Are you here? Well, we might get some purple metallics, because I'm not cleaning the bastard anymore than this. I'm just going to run some water through the brush. No Shogoth? But what is this, Gabe? I can't... Are they here? They're not here? We painted a Harley Quinn model, if you guys saw it, and it's a surprise. So I got to show it on stream last night or the night before?
Last night.
Last night I got to show it on stream, the finished model, because...
After Pixie went to sleep.
Yeah, because Pixie had gone to sleep. So we got to be careful. Like, if Pixie's in the room, we can't talk about it, you guys. Now I got to trust all you people. That's horrible. That's going to totally lead me down to doom. Doom and destruction. I can see it now.
Now we have learned that Slowfuse does not keep secrets.
I'm not supposed to keep the damn secret. I kept the secret by not painting it on stream. That's all I could do. I had to paint everything but the flesh on stream because I really wanted to show off painting some of the stuff like the stripes on the back and all that. I really wanted to freaking paint the whole thing on stream, but I couldn't. And all I could paint was everything but the skin. And so when you have to go back and paint, usually I paint and work up the skin first. Oh, it made it such a pain in the butt to get that model finished. All right, so we're going in with gunmetal. Gunmetal! Metal! A little bit of gunmetal in there. More drop.
Do your metal.
What? Metal! I don't have enough hands to be able to do that. We're going to take our reducer. We like to use Wicked Colors reducer. It's the 0100, but everybody tells me that number is now I don't know, 4011 or
We're
something
gonna
like
get
that.
a piece of tape and a Sharpie and write the new number so that you can say it, so that people don't always have to.
Well, but see, I haven't tested it, so I hate telling them to go buy that. Somebody in chat said that that's what Createch says is the replacement, but then I hear people having problems with it. Like it's causing stuff to dry up too fast, and I'm like, well, maybe you got the alcohol one. I don't know. Createch has a lot of different reducers, and so I don't know if the 0100 is still something that's available technically. Everybody says it's the 4011.
Double Deuce, we don't do music on Fridays because it's a lot of tutorial and
Yeah, we place these VODs.
the videos or whatever. It mutes it when there's music that's supposed to be copyrighted. So we get generic, usually soothing or epic music on Friday.
Gabe, I'm going gunmetal, silver, aluminum for my silver. Is it okay instead to use white aluminum? I don't know white aluminum, but sure. It may be too bright, but it's up to you. I mean, you got to remember you're glazing and knocking it down, so I don't know that it really matters. So we're just going to start in and start hitting these areas of red with not red.
He does keep the secrets from his commissions, like the gold suit.
Like the what?
The gold suit on Mathis's models.
Hey, don't talk about that. Is Mathis in here? You haven't even seen his models yet. So we gotta
he may have gotten it today. Mathis, I knew Mathis was here.
That was a lot. Why did that just happen? Mathis is here, but he did not get them yet.
Oh.
He already proved that he did not get them yet, or he told us that he did not. I'm gonna grab that back off there real quick. That was way thick. Not what I was looking for.
What do you mean? Told you already today?
Yeah, he already told us today, or told us today in Kenny's channel. Say something. He had not gotten them yet. That was way too much. I don't know what's. Oh, wow. That's there. Purple. Always check the needle, boys. Hey, boys and girls. Make sure you keep the clean needle.
Yeah, they have been in customs for a while. They're being held hostage.
Yep. That's exactly right. Good God, man, what is up with the freaking 0 to 100 with the metallics here? Does not bode well. Might have to switch to the other brush here. This one might just be dirty as hell. That's what it seems like, at least.
Did you not keep the tip clean?
What's that?
Did you not keep the tip clean?
No.
You're supposed to keep the tip clean.
I know you're supposed to keep. Have you been watching Kenny's channel? That's Kenny tech.
I've heard this.
That's Kenny's tech right there.
I've heard this around on the streets.
Oh God! Now she's getting all like that. She's gonna be like, "Yeah, I've been around. I've been hearing people talk about keeping the tip clean. I'm seeing you not keeping your."
I've seen the shirts. Not that I have one.
It is right there.
Because someone got one without getting one for me too.
And he said he'd send one to you. If he doesn't, it means he hates you.
I think you're lying.
Oh. Yeah. He said he'd send you one. He did. I swear to God.
Yeah.
I swear to God, Kenny said that he would send you one.
I don't even have a Bomb Snail shirt, so we'll see which one I get first.
That's not fair at all. Okay, this is frustrating as hell. What's going on here, folks? Grex is not liking us right now. Metallics are really crappy through airbrushes anyway, especially these silvers from Vallejo. The Vallejo silvers have got really large metallic flakes in them for the type of paints that we paint with. They're pretty big. So this is always a tough one anyway. You can't thin them out too much because you're going to wind up in a situation where the metallics start to float. And is no bueno.
Gabriel, I don't know if this was about what is happening to you, but Gabriel said I was having similar issues with my airbrush. I just upped the PSI by 2 or something like terminals.
Yeah, I'm already up pretty high. That's not going to be the issue. This one's just dirty. So I'm going to transfer over to another brush real quick.
Dirty. Dirty airbrush.
Dirty airbrush, definitely. It is. We're going to transfer over to another airbrush real quick because I don't want to have to break that one down on stream.
Dirty little thing.
Dirty little thing. That's the right one right there.
And I have no plans to stop masturbating in the future.
Nor should you. 8 billion is a good start. But you're still an amateur. You gotta cross the 10 billion threshold to be considered anywhere near pro status, baby. That was so fun. 8 billion times. No plans to stop masturbating in the future.
Nutty as a fruitcake.
Nutty what?
Nutty as a fruitcake.
Nutty as a fruitcake.
Hey, wait a minute. Who are we talking
This sort of
about?
thing has cropped up before, and it has always been due to human error.
Human error. It is always human error. This is definitely
That
human
dog's
error.
as subtle as a hand grenade in a barrel of oatmeal.
I love that one, man. About as subtle as a hand grenade in a barrel of oatmeal.
When we do fairly generic music on Fridays.
Yep.
Because they're recorded for the tutorials.
I
We don't want them to be
honestly think
muted
you
for
ought to
everyone,
sit down
so-
calmly, take a
Well,
stress
some
pill
of us
and
on
think
Fridays.
things over.
Yeah. We go, we post these as soon as they're done and collected into the VOD database on Twitch, and we throw them over on YouTube. And YouTube has a nasty habit of muting everything. So, you can't have that. That's where that fucking goes. Did that just happen? That just happened.
It did.
Sack of crap. Hold please, guys. Minor catastrophe in process.
Throwing things around in
I
here.
don't know what the hell's going on. I think this is broken. Oh, it is. That's why. Oh, no. That's why that didn't work.
I
Hold
can't
please.
see what's happening.
What is going on with this Friday? Kenny was like wheels off for like an hour of the show with all the shit that was going on.
Let me have one of those porno magazines.
Porno mag check.
Large box of condoms.
Large condoms.
Bottle of Old Harper.
Old
A
Harper.
couple of those panty shields.
Panty shields.
And some illegal fireworks. And
Illegal fireworks,
one
always
of
good.
those disposable enemas.
And
No,
only one?
Make it two.
Okay. Okay. Now it's a party.
Party!
I don't know
Friday
what-
party!
I'm confuzzled now because now I'm like, how is all this gonna sit here and not just be a complete cluster?
I know a website that shows monkeys doing it.
No, you don't. Doesn't exist. There's no such thing as a website that shows monkeys doing it. It does not exist. It's not a thing. Don't believe the hype. Don't feel better.
My mind is going. I can feel it.
Is that Hannibal Lecter?
What's that?
Was that Hannibal Lecter?
No, that's all the 2001, the HAL
Oh.
2001, the Space Odyssey references. As he starts losing his mind and stuff.
What kind of brush is this one?
This is a Iwata Neo. It's a Neo. So we're just going for base coverage. We're not really being specific on placement here. I just need
Well,
to make
huzzah,
sure.
huzzah! I'll just throw back my legs and pollute my britches with delight.
Well, why did I not? How is that on there?
That's a sound.
That's not supposed to even be active. Wait a minute.
Ah!
What? How is that even active? Delighted.
Delighted.
Really? Disable that damn thing.
Uh-oh.
Really? Really? That's not supposed to be on there. I just got finished telling people yesterday it wasn't active. How did who hacked? Who hacked the stream?
Canuck Vapor.
Who hacked the stream? No, it was active. It was active. That's all me. The goal here is like just like with any base colors, just to get coverage. You want to make sure that you've got metallic everywhere. Otherwise, areas that you go back and glaze over won't have any sheen at all if you miss somehow. So even if it's an area that we know we're going to dump into shadow, we want to make sure we cover it with enough to get right, a little bit of sheen built up.
Hey, Viking. Have fun.
Get out of here.
Check back later. What? Going to eat with his wife.
Hey, have fun. Eat something for me. Like a taco salad. Because I can't have them. She's mean. Oh, you're drinking.
Complain about Jen Day today, huh?
I was like, either you were drinking or you were just you were like staring at me with like people eyeing.
It was a little both, probably.
Damn it. What do we want to do with his skull? Do we want his skull to be gold or do we want his skull to be red? Red. I have decided. I have decreed.
That would work. And the place that he wanted to go for lunch
Here we
had
go.
the best chimichanga. But it was too far for a limited amount of time. Spider Monkey.
Spider Monkey, great name. Welcome.
Welcome.
Thank you for the follow.
Ooh, our Dilgart said gold and then have blood dripping off it.
That's a little much. It's a little much. I might get scared while I'm painting. We don't want me scared while I'm painting. Too much blood. Blood and guts. Gore. Makes me faint. People good. People pretty good.
What's everyone doing for Halloween? Are you doing stuff this weekend? Since it's on Monday.
Yeah, right. It's on the Monday, isn't it? Yeah, what the hell? What was that? I think when Halloween like comes on a really crappy day. Not that I do anything for it. Anyway.
Yeah, right.
Alright, so just a nice coverage. Not too much overspray. Just making sure that any area where that we think might be red goes ahead and gets a little bit on it. So I'm not sure what we're going to do with this axe, but it's not going to be red, so that's okay.
Grand opening for the cafe and
Oh, womp, womp, womp. I like the sleep part. Sleep's an okay thing. Sleep's never a bad thing. Well, let's see that. Not easy.
DVD, what? I almost passed out once cutting into someone's brain. Was this in like science? Like a class? I had to dissect a cat. One more pumpkin or
Alright, I'm good with that. I'm good
friend's
with
house
that.
to scare little kids with your
this?
surgery scars.
What?
That'll do it, JP Gray.
What?
Scaring the little kids with the surgery scars. Couple of beers and watch Twitch. Alright.
We don't stream on Monday, so we might just have to come watch with you.
Yeah.
Or maybe I'll do like a crazy Monday stream.
Ooh.
Maybe
You
we'll
could
do
be in costume.
Maybe we'll do just like an out of the blue freaking Monday Halloween stream and piss everybody else that streams on Mondays off. Because we've got hats and masks.
We do. I like it.
Would you guys stick around for that? Would you guys come hang out with us on a Monday if we did a Halloween stream? Would you? Would you? Would you? We've got costumes. And we could change them. Like, this has been known to happen before.
Costume changes like Cher.
We could drink.
We could totally drink.
We could totally, like, get drunk wearing costumes on stream. Would anybody come? Anybody? Anybody out there?
Very good.
Might
So
do
that'd
this.
be cool. Gabriel asked somebody to watch. Work could join. Neck paper. Yawn.
I think we might do an impromptu Monday Halloween stream. I think it might have to happen. We'll piss off everybody else that normally streams on Monday by joining in and wrecking their normal Mondays.
Workers are giving the kids away to the ants. Totes. Drink along with us. Yes.
Skybound, Spider Monkey. All right, that's it. We have decided.
I am into this.
Impromptu Monday Halloween costume stream. You guys have to wear costumes too. We're gonna use the photo dump, and you gotta post selfies of your costumes all night long. So we're just making this shit up as we go, but it sounds like a plan. So
I like it.
I'm in. I'm gonna bust out the hats and all the crazy shit. We're doing it. We're doing it. It's done
DVD
deal.
would watch drunk stream.
Drunk stream. We'll
Spider
do again.
Monkey will
10 of 10 would do
come.
again.
Awesome.
Sounds like a plan. All right, we're moving up to silver. Silver. Hi-ho! No, we're not gonna do that. We're not gonna make Lone Ranger comments. This show.
Or you're gonna be a kitty cat.
It's like a whole different.
Oh, boy,
level
you're just coming all the way
of
in
bad.
here, huh? What are you trying to
All
do?
right, here we go. Silver RLM into the same airbrush. Just do a little bit. We don't need a lot. I'm gonna do 3 drops. That's too much, but
Oh, what do you want to be for Halloween?
Ella gets to be a dog.
Oh, that's a good one. She should be a cat. That would be very unexpected. Oh, cat ear.
You've got cat ears laying around. I want to see them and wonder why I haven't seen them
cat
yet.
ears.
Double.
We'll save you, LT. LT said if we stream, then he'll turn off the house lights and watch the stream from the basement instead of dealing with the neighborhood brat.
Right? That's what we're gonna do. Leave that fucking porch light off and be in here streaming and fun, and all the kids will come in and wonder why the hell we won't give them candy. And it's like, because we keep it to ourselves, damn it! We buy all the candy at the store and then we don't give it out. We just sit here and get a candy high.
Oh yeah.
And drink lots of vodka and suck down lots of Twix bars. Sounds like a plan. A little bit of backwash, just backwashing, just making up some metallic as we go. Alright. Alright, now we're just going to start hitting these areas.
Death and Knock is going to be a slutty nurse. He said, I'm a dude and I'm not going to shave my legs. You are welcome.
Thank you.
Yes, we got to see pictures. We totally need to put up a special place for them to put Halloween pictures. I want to see it.
Alright, I'll put up another place where we can dump photos over on the website. Like our normal community stream place. We'll go ahead and put up another place.
When will you get that up? Because then if they go out this weekend and take pictures, can they put them up right away or do they have to wait?
I'll do it tomorrow.
Okay.
Question mark. Does that sound good?
Musefi or Musify or...
Giuseppe?
Musefi? I'm a 12-year-old girl going as a 46-year-old man. But then later said I'm not really 12. Or a girl.
Or a girl. Oh, alright. Alright, so we're building up some sheen. You can see how right here in the middle, it's very hard, these metallics, but trust me, right there where it gets really bright, that's where we're building it up. I swear to God. I swear to God it's happening.
Not a man-fay? What's a man-fay?
I don't know what this is. Not a word. Is it English? I'm not real sure.
Hyphenated. Drago, what's a man-fay? I do not know this word. Which one was right?
What?
What did we say was Musefi? Musify? I've already forgot.
I said Musefi.
Musefi. Is that right? Because we're kind of bad with some of these names, unfortunately.
I thought it was Musefi, but...
Looks like it should be, right?
Yeah? Iron-headed!
Musefi. Yes.
Yeah, we got it. It worked.
LT, a picture in a man-sized frog costume. You promised to purge the gallery after Halloween.
This forehead area.
Download all the pictures.
Somebody asked
so
if
we
I
always have them.
Somebody asked if I had used the airbrush only new metallics. No. Nah. The new Vallejo ones. Nah.
Oh, okay. Man-Fay is a man who cosplayed as the character Faye from Cowboy Bebop and was hairy and crazy.
Oh, okay. Well, you got that going for you. Could live my whole life without knowing that.
Hey, Iron-Headed.
Build up a little bit there on the lower jaw. Right, I'm just working up into areas, leaving enough to where as it transitions from the front of the jaw to the back, obviously we want to leave a little bit of shade. Not going to hit this area over here. It's kind of in the shadow already. A little bit more here on the side area of the chest. A little bit brighter here on the shoulder, I think. Alright. Thigh plate. Build up right there. Carry that into the knee a little bit.
I missed it.
Okay, yeah. I don't know. I'm not having problems now. It wasn't the paints, it's the damn brush. The airbrush was already dirty. I mean, these work great.
Unicorn costume!
I've been using these for years, so I don't have a need to change. They make those other ones for military modelers. I don't know that for what we do that I would need anything that I can't brush as well. Because for the way we handle our paints, right, you want to make sure that you've always got the ability to go back and be able to paintbrush with the same paints, right? All right, so we get just the center line of this wrist gauntlet thingamajigger. Right, spot highlight just right there on the shoulder pad. Same over here. I want to get just kind of very light right in here. Anything right here. Metallics are a pain in the ass, but
LT, you might need to send one to him.
what?
A frog costume.
Frog?
Yeah,
Like a whole body frog?
So that you could be the frog. And I could be a princess.
Dude, she has
We'll
a
put
thing
a
for
crown
frogs.
on you. It's coming off, but I have my frog that he made me. The frog prince, but his eyes are all worn out because that's where I put my finger when I hold my phone.
Oh, well, it looked good for a while, at least. A little bit of sheen. Adding a little bit of highlight. The metallics, I hope you guys are seeing it alright. It's going to be a little hard, right? Just because of the way the light is going to play on it. A little bit here on this line. A little bit on this plate here. That's going to be golds anyway, so I don't think I care, but maybe right down here on this knee real quick. So, just to give us a nice transition, you can already see how the shadows are playing with the silvers as we put them down. So, real simple technique. It's unlike any, I mean, it's not unlike any other paint we'd be doing anyway. The only difference is that it's going to be really hard for you to see your transitions. You got to pay attention and make sure you get the contrast that you're looking for where you want it. So always pull back, take a look at the model, you know, make sure you're getting a good feel for it, right? Like that. Don't know that going any brighter is going to do us a lot of good. Don't know that aluminum is going to cut anything in that we're missing right now. That on the shoulder, good tarnish look.
Oh, that's cool, our Delgard.
What's that?
That's a good gun style airbrush when his daughter gets older to teach her to airbrush.
It's I mean, for me, it's the Jesus palm sweat much. They are just, if you have heard my story before, I learned painting with airbrush in like metalworking, and so we were painting gas tanks and all sorts of stuff, and so this is the style, the exact style of brush that's been used for decades in that world, and everything came from that as far as like airbrushing. Although they're larger nozzles, larger air capacity, larger paint cups, obviously. That's how they paint cars, right? Machines do it now, but same general idea. And so I just learned my trigger control this way. You know, the top trigger I'm not a fan of just because it's not how my coordination is built. But they're great. I mean, obviously there's not a problem in the world. Most people would tell you that the kind of brush I use is not really capable of doing the same things that a top trigger is. But with enough work, you can do anything. All right, kind of think we got it. Throw it right here. There. Let's give it a shot with a little bit of the aluminum and see if aluminum adds anything to it. I'm not real sure that we're going to see much at the aerosol level that aluminum is going to add. So we might, I don't know if it's even worth jacking with it. I'm happy with what I'm seeing here. We could gnome this back and then highlight it one more time might be the best idea. I think that's what I'm going to do.
Have a good weekend, Orcris.
You out of here, Orc?
Hey, before you go, just remind everyone what time you stream tomorrow.
Yep.
Orc does pumpkin carving, and he's doing his last one tomorrow.
Yes,
And it's all for charity.
So we're going to
check
go
them out.
into our Nuln oil, non-gloss Nuln, right? And just get a good enough big brush. Get the big brush. Brush that is also very big. That's it.
Argelgart said I work for Toyota in the paint department. Totally familiar with gun style painting.
Yeah, it's just if you're used to it, then I would say it's definitely the way to go, so you don't have to relearn the wheel. But for anybody that's just getting going and you don't have a way either direction, then it's easier in my opinion to learn. All right, so we are going to Nuln this down. Okay, hit it all, knock it back, just with a light coating. You don't want to get real aggressive with the Nuln. But we just want to kind of let the Nuln settle into the crevices, do a little bit of our shading for us, and get the whole surface for everything that we painted.
Our Sunder's got this as an anniversary gift from his wife.
What am I looking at? Holy crap! That's awesome, dude! 2 Burning of Prosperos, you lucky dog. Ours are ordered. Everybody keep your fingers crossed that we actually get our order filled as a small outlet. Sometimes we get missed in the sauce because GW does, allotments nowadays with all these big releases. So.
And hi, Sue Chef.
Hey, Sue! I can't do that. Hey, Sue! That doesn't sound right at all. What's going on, Sue Chef? I don't want to call you Sue. Was not my goal.
8 p.m. Eastern tomorrow for pumpkin carving.
Right. Yeah, those pumpkins look great. I'm always stoked when I see them. The reason why we want to do this before going in and starting with our glazing and not after is because this gives us the depth and the shade that we want. That'll kind of help give us the paint by numbers that we're looking for. Remember, we're always trying to, with these pre-highlights, we're getting 2 things out of what we're doing right now. We're getting the ability to have a metallic underbase for our reds, which is the ultimate goal, right? But we're also getting a pre-highlight that's going to help give us the ability to kind of, show where we want to put our glazing, how we want our glazing to fall on the model, right? Because it'll give us better valuation, and the Nuln helps do that even more, and gives us the ability to knock all this down a little bit, and we'll hit it one more time with that silver to brighten it back up.
Oh! Star Thunder said, I want to tell my wife I pre-ordered 2 as well.
What? You're going to have 4? Ball sacks. You lucky bastard. We're going to be giving some away on stream. I refuse to put them up until I know we're going to have them, right? Until they're in stock. Or that I get the confirmation that they're on the way via shipping. So I have not, I was hoping that it would be the one that was up here right now. But we're doing the big Space Marine box instead because of that. But we will be giving away some Burning of Prosperos on the exciting.
Sous Chef asks Star Thunders if he would like to trade for a sandwich.
I will gladly pay you Tuesday for a Burning on Prospero today. Heck yeah, Sue, you know the drill. You know the drill. Don't let the man hold you down. He says he's got 4 of them. Don't let him tell you different. Don't let him tell you different. And I think a sandwich is a pretty good damn offer, personally. Depends on what kind of sandwich.
Yeah, I was just going to say.
It does depend on what kind of sandwich, though, Sue.
Sandwich.
I might not be able to side 100% with you there. I might have to, break it out and say, okay, we need to have an explanation. Because I will tell you that I would almost trade a Burning of Prospero for a really good freaking cheesesteak right now. Since my cheesesteak place closed, I feel totally...
It's a good sandwich, a meatball sub. Actually.
Alright, make sure we got all of the areas we wanted to. I think that looks a pretty good. Oh, back of the head. Back of the head! Back of the head! Alright. obviously the magic of Nuln Oil. I mean, if you know what we just taught you is that you can airbrush the shit out of some metallics and get a really great looking model. If all you wanted to do was silver armor, well, there you go, bingo, bango, bongo, with some simple highlights. Okay, but now what it's going to do is that Nuln is going to make our silver do double time for us. Now we can go back and highlight some of these panels and get a really good contrast. Oh god, too much. What the balls was that? What is going on with this stuff?
Bowhammer would like to know if this technique would work for a yellow armor marine.
A yellow armor marine. It will work for any color as long as what you want to do is metallic underbase. Yeah. So if you want metallic yellow, sure, it'll work like a champ. As long as your airbrush is clean and doesn't do what mine just did. We're going to have to hit that area again with Nuln.
No cheesesteaks in Australia, Major Dodo? That's a bummer. No Chipotle either.
Okay, so I just want to build up a little bit of highlight, letting it drop back off into that Nuln. God dang it, man. What the hell? I quit. I've got a big freaking gnur right in the tip that I can't. It's literally just like I'm getting 0 to 100. There we go. That's what I'm looking for right there. I did not do that before, you piece of garbage.
Do you need to get a secret weapon toothbrush? We've talked about that before.
No. That is funny though. Kenny and his toothbrush.
Yeah.
You can never find it though. What good is it if you can never find it? Just a big gnur at the tip end of the set. Let it sit over there for a minute. Really just coming up. We live in Arizona, and you'll hear me every time I use the airbrush. I bitch about how bad I get tip dry here. It's really bad.
Whining.
Huh?
Do I have a whining sound?
Do you? What are you talking about?
It's a full sound machine. I wonder if there's a sound that indicates someone's whining about something.
Oh, damn you. Really?
Crying like a baby.
What? Be my friend, my back. Really? Really, airbrush? Really? Is that how we're gonna play?
Major Dodo said it took 2 hours last night to put together 2 plastic KD girls I got yesterday. Such a nightmare. Good hard time.
They are pretty bad. They're not horrible, but they're not the easiest things in the world by any means.
How often do you have to clean out your moisture trap? Once every other year?
Never. It all evaporates out of the trap, so it's instantaneously. Like, the trap literally never has anything come out of it. Never. Never once has the trap had anything that I've needed to take out of it. So, alright, because of this nozzle having a mind of its own, we've got to go back and redo this bit here.
Bitch be gone.
And here.
Ugh, we're waiting for it to finally cool off. It's still like 100 degrees here. Disgusting.
Yeah, it's freaking awful.
So that's what we do around here. We paint, we complain about the heat. We complain about the dry weather.
Yeah, we do that quite a bit. The whole complain about the heat thing. No joke, though. This is bad.
It's aggressive. Tired of it.
Anywhere where I got a little bit of an aggressive spray, I'm just going back and knocking it back a hair. Probably it. Because again, the problem with these metallics is that when you're fighting the tip dry thing with them, which they will, and they will clog your nozzle really bad because you're pushing actual metal flakes through there. So you just got to be careful with them.
We've had no storms, Draco. We have not had any kind of weather other than hot and still. No, not even a breeze to speak of. It's disgusting.
Hey, somebody likes us.
There we go.
Oh, we get to 122 as well. We're in Arizona. It's supposed to be fall right now. It's supposed to be cooling off. So.
And that doesn't seem to want to happen.
So yeah, we hear you on that heat.
Mucho better-o. Like it when it actually works. Piece of crap.
Our Dilgard asked if you're just brushing the normal oil on like a glaze, or are you thinning it at all?
Nah, I'm just running it straight. Straight Nuln. No fear. Alright, good. So now I'm a lot happier with this. Alright, so we've got quite a few good dark spots. Good bright highlights. I think that's a good base for us to start glazing reds.
So dark blade with the Yo-Dog unicorn. Love it.
A little bit right up. Lighten that area right up in the top of that.
And by the way, thank you for following Major Dodo.
Yes, Major Dodo, thank you so much. Welcome, welcome, welcome. A little bit right up in the top of this shoulder.
Texas is the same way, no seasons, yeah.
Yeah, I grew up in Texas.
Yeah, he's from there, yeah.
That's a good tarnished metal right there anyway.
Humidity ain't my thing, though.
What's that?
As much as we complain about dry, humidity is not my thing. I don't like it.
I'm gonna... Yeah, because the glazing is... I was gonna maybe leave the metallic in the brush, but no. Bad idea. Bad idea, Fuse. Don't do it. I've actually got 4 brushes sitting over here, but...
Well, huzzah, huzzah. I'll just throw back
Killing time! 2 months in a row for killing!
Delight.
Welcome! Hype it up for killing time!
time.
Thank you, sir! That resub. Everybody hype it up. If you do not already know, if you're new to Twitch, you don't understand how the sub thing works, remember that they aligned with Amazon Prime. And you can now use your Amazon Prime account to get you 1 free sub a month to the channel of your choice. So if you have not yet subbed to myself or Kenny or one of your other favorite streamers, you can do so cheaper than ever. Literally. Like, buying Amazon Prime is $99 a year. You can get a month for free of Amazon Prime. And so if you go sign up for Amazon Prime, use your free month, then you can sub to a channel. Doesn't have to be us. It can be other favorite streamer, whatever you want. We won't hold it against you.
We'll still love you. We'll
still
welcome
love you.
you around.
She says that a lot though, and it's kind of a lie. So I don't know if I trust that one.
You're just like anti-gen tonight. God.
I gotta protect myself.
Tomcat, I used to travel for work and would go to the south a lot, and yeah, the heat and humidity was brutal.
Yeah, right.
Brutal.
It is. All right, let's start a new palette here from our one. I'm gonna save that one from last night because I still got to do some coloring on that. But
Mathis said I'll hold it against you. I maintain a list.
Maintain a list.
A grudge list.
Against me? Damn it! I thought he liked us. There's unfortunately only like 7 countries it's available in. Yeah, I know, Major Dodo. That's kind of a bummer. I don't know why. I think it's because of their video streaming. They don't have licensing to do video streaming in a lot of those countries. That's the thing that I think. All right. What we're going to do is make a mix of whole red and red first. You want to, anytime you're glazing a model, and metallics are no different than anything else that you'll see us glaze on the channel. But anytime you want to do something like this, the first step is to go in and glaze it with what you think your mid-tone color is, the middle of the line, not your highlight red, not your darkest red, but your middle of the line red. And when you glaze, you don't really have a highlight. I mean, we can go in and stipple a brighter red in there, but you're not going to be doing like a full-on glaze with your brightest color ever. You're going to go in and stipple your highlights in with glazing if that's the case. So it's really that midline, and for us, that midline is going to be probably about 75% red, 25% whole red. So that's what we're going to mix up right now. I'm going to grab some red, put it on our palette. This is just a dry palette. Yeah, it's probably enough. And then whole red. Okay, the first one is just red RLM, standard model era red. I think I don't even know if they call it crimson red they used to or whatever. It's just red. RLM now. And some whole red. Whole red is a good dark brown. Gives you a good base. So we're going to take this red, get some whole red into it, and just manipulate this entire pile. Because we don't want bright red in Khorne armor. We want kind of a bloody red. We're going to do this. I think that's pretty good. Pretty good dark red. That'll give us a good base to build up. We can still highlight that really efficiently. Then we're going to add glazing to that, glazing medium. So we use the Vallejo glaze medium. The Gain Glazes glaze medium. I'm feeling very ornery because of my lack of tacos. I wanted taco salad. Tacos wouldn't have sufficed. I got to get picky about it.
No, it's basically the same.
Kind of the same thing. I guess you could take I could take the taco and just like
put it in a bowl.
Hey, I never thought about that if I found a place, but I never go anywhere and order like hard shell tacos, do I? I should probably try that. Like a place that doesn't have a taco salad, I could do that.
Just make your own.
Yeah,
Ask for a side of lettuce.
All right, I'm going to put quite a bit of glazing medium down on the palette. Anytime, if you're new to glazing, the best way to start with glazing medium is to basically go 1-to-1. Put a drop of glaze, and then grab a brush load of the paint. So I'll come over here with a brush load of paint, and then I'm basically just going to dump it in the glaze. And you can see how immediately it turns this entire thing into kind of the color that we want, but into a dirty water version of it. Right? So see? You guys can tell on that. I can't really zoom the palette in that much. Let's see if I can bring it closer up here, if I can guide it into where it needs to be. Yeah, like that. So you can see that the glaze itself instantly makes it a very translucent version of this paint. Okay? That's what we're working with. I like this consistency. So we're going to start going after the metallics.
Taco meat on a baked potato. Yum.
Alright. Here you go. Now you're just going to start glazing. The whole area that you want to be red. You're going to start painting this in.
And so because it's so thin, is that what's going to make it look metallic?
Yeah.
Because there's
well, the metallics show through. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, the whole key is that the metallics get to show through, and you're basically just tinting the metallics.
Cool.
Remember, this is our mid-tone. So if it's not exactly the red that you're looking for, or the yellow, somebody was asking about yellow, don't worry. The glazing, because it's so thin, isn't going to allow it to build up to a point where it's going to cause you problems anyway. You're basically painting with water at this point. Look at it drawing in. The glaze draws into our dark areas, and all the places that Nuln Oil did our work, we're starting to get a really cool shade. And I'm basically just stippling it on there. Stippling the man nipples right now.
Stipple the nipple!
As it were.
Ooh, Saiban, that sounds good. It's been a long time since I had a good steak for dinner.
Ooh, I would like to
We've been talking about that. I know. We'll do that tomorrow.
Yeah,
Saturday night steak dinner.
don't let me forget to set up the place to download Halloween costumes.
Oh.
To make a note or something for that. I'll have to set up a separate gallery from our standard whip gallery that we do. And I'm going to assume that this area down here is also red armor because of the way it's sculpted is fairly flat. I'm going to assume it's not fabric. This is all gold. Obviously the shoulder inlays are going to be red.
If I did not have reminders on my phone, I would forget to do everything. I sent myself a reminder to remind you to get your haircut on Wednesday.
Uh-huh.
And when it went off, I was like, I am so glad I set that reminder because I completely forgot about the haircut.
Oh, funny. I never set reminders. I literally just go, tomorrow I gotta go to get a haircut. Jen told me noon, go get a haircut. Ugh.
Do you remember it?
I remember. Every now and then
I did remind you that day too, even though you didn't need it.
Yeah, I didn't need it already.
Oh, you can eat Korean barbecue? That sounds good too! Thanks for hanging out with us, Spider Monkey.
Spider Monkey, you out of here?
Have a good day at work.
Alright, remember, the glazing builds up pigment as you layer it. So this first pass, you'll notice I'm not going back over areas, even though I don't like some of the areas the way I've done them. It's not that I don't like them, it's just they're not dark enough for me. But do not go back over them until the first layer of glaze dries. Remember this. Do not go back over an area until the first layer of glazing dries. Otherwise, you're going to get a very different opacity on that part of the model. And you really want to be able to sit back and look at the whole model equally. So even though right now I feel like I'm a little thin, I'm just going to go ahead and complete the model the way that I've got it with the glaze at the thickness that it is. And then I'm probably going to go back and add a little bit of red to it, to the glaze that is.
Thanks, Studio 77, for answering that.
What's that?
Grumpy Gobo asked what kind of glazing medium you use, and Studio 77 said Vallejo glazing medium.
Yeah, there you go. You guys are so great.
Yeah. Right, so those are... Vallejo is really good for things other than plain paints like thinners and mediums.
Yep. Yeah, they're technical paints or whatever you want to call it, mediums, things like that. They do a really good job. Vallejo is just pretty much the best all-around company, in my opinion, as far as content. You know, the ability to give you really, really neat colors, a broad spectrum of colors, availability, and then all of the technical stuff from like basing materials, you name it. You can get pretty much anything. On something like this, though, I would recommend not using water as your medium base. You'll see me use water quite often as a medium base if I'm just going in and looking to tint. And even though that's all we're doing here, I really want the added capacity that the glazing medium gives you for keeping the pigment together. Because of the fact that we're looking to build up in the shadow areas like we are. Notice how it's running more like a wash into the crevices, and that's the effect we're looking for. You wouldn't get that with water. So the glazing medium helps build up that surface tension that gets it to look that way.
Miyako, I love that emote. It always makes me want to say, hey. There's a little girl going, hey.
Oh. You know, what do we want to do with this skull? I guess the skull is red too, huh? Because it comes out of the regular armor. So I didn't highlight that though. So we're gonna have to paint that skull a different color, like it's growing out of there and we'll do it in some sort of weird way. So it's not metallic. Because I didn't highlight it. I thought it was like a panel on there, but now that I'm painting it, I'm seeing that it's literally like growing out of the panel. I'm gonna have to figure that out. Put into the eyes red just in case. Oops, here.
Yeah, DVD. I just think it's funny. It just because she looks like a girl that would be going, hey.
Hey, somebody likes us.
Hey, who that?
Not us.
Who that? Not us. Welcome. Satan 306. No, it's not us. That's actually a real name. I knew a guy growing up who was a skateboarder. Pontus.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Swedish guy. Lived out on Beach though. Welcome to the channel, Natus. You're enjoying your Friday evening or morning or Saturday morning, I guess it could be for you already, depending on where you're at in the world.
There are people who have joined us from the future. God. I hear you have jetpacks.
Yeah, somebody told us yesterday we already have jetpacks in the future, but we got here today and we don't.
Not yet. The day's not over yet.
Oh, that's true.
It is not over.
There's still lots of chances for things
Tomcat,
to occur.
thanks for the follow.
Lots of chances for things to occur. Thank you, Tomcat.
Yeah, Miyako, how are they coming? Miyako's on to around 87 of 250 of the sock pattern. I don't know if that's an exaggeration.
Oh,
or
seriously?
if that's real. I don't know what this all entails.
Just getting everything. You can be a little loose. You don't have to stay in the lines necessarily, although if you've got details that are going to make it tough on you, if you get a lot of overlap, then I would say paint by numbers, take it easy. Put the paint where it's supposed to go. Stay inside the lines as much as you can. But it's not super critical right now. Alright. Check, make sure we got a first layer of glaze everywhere we need it. In the little corners and everywhere you want it to build up.
Hey, somebody likes us.
Hey, Chucky! What's going on? Chucky Tat. I thought it said Chucky Cat. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Snails. And some glazing. Turning some metallic undercoat into red metallics. That's the goal of the night. Is to show you how to work up metallic paint.
Yeah. DVD, I know someone who's done this, and it looks so fun!
Do not have a good color of said metallic paint, right? Because they don't make great metallics in all colors that are going to react the way you want to.
We have like 2 lakes here.
By glazing, we never lose the metallic undercoat that we had built up anyway. All we do is tint it. And so we're starting to build up that color on it. Ooh, up too much here.
Hey, Butters. Welcome back.
The glazed medium also keeps it workable for a while, so if you notice that you do have too much built up anywhere, just a brush with water will help you get rid of that. So if you've got any spotting, or you've got any areas where you just feel like you've got too much of it built up, just load your brush with water and you can come in and work it. And if it clears out the medium too much, then you can go in and obviously go in with more medium and redo it. Never a problem.
Oh, they look good.
Was that the socks?
Yeah.
Heck yeah. Heck yeah. That stuff astounds
And those are
me.
beads, right? There's beads on them?
That stuff astounds me.
I like that pattern.
A little thick in some of these crevices. I'm just going to go in and with
So
a brush of water
cute.
again, unload some of that paint out of there.
Miyako, do you sell them? Because those are really cute.
Chillax them. Alright.
This is like ghost tinting, but without a gloss paint dedicated to it.
Yep. Sort of. I mean, I don't know what ghost tint really means. That's a thing that's made up. Ghost tints are glazes, or paints that are just have a very low opacity, but they achieve the same amount of pigment stability that a normal paint does. That's really the key with any paint and thinning and getting a wash or a glaze capability is making sure that this is just air, by the way. All I'm doing is air. That's the key whenever you're going in and trying to, say, thin a paint or build your own wash or build your own glaze, is being able to use the right material. Scybound! Holy crap!
Scybound!
What? Whoa. What? Skybound, holy hero status.
Wow,
Did you mean to put that much in there?
Did you hit an extra button in there?
Did you hit a zero you didn't mean to hit, my friend?
Retract before we get freaked out.
Holy, hype it up in chat, boys and girls.
Seriously.
Hype it up in chat. Let's hear it for Skybound. Exclamation point hype in chat. Skybound, I think, just secured the fact that we may be giving away a Strike Force Ultima tonight. I'm not certain about that, but I think we might be giving away a Strike Force Ultima tonight.
$150 donation received from Sitebound.
See if we can get this new Critical Mass pulled tonight, he says.
That's 45 more bucks we need, guys.
Oh my god.
45 more bucks. That's hilarious. You're killing it, Skybound. Thank you so much for the support. But like I was saying, yeah, hype it up for Skybound. Keep that hype going.
Yeah.
Like I was saying, the key to being able to get paints to thin and wash and do all the stuff that you want them to do is making sure that you can thin them with the proper medium and the right paint to get the pigment to not separate. We talk about it here on the channel a lot. What causes acrylics to get to that point where they don't cover very well, and it's all about the pigment spread. And the more water you add, the further the pigment gets apart until finally the polymer bond breaks. When that chemical bond breaks, then the pigments float aimlessly in the water solution and it won't dry correctly. They crack, they don't nestle together, and so using the right medium in the right location, the right quantities is always the key. And so for ghost tints, all ghost tints is they have a solution, the medium that they've added is one like a glazing solution, but perhaps has a different finish. Maybe it's a gloss finish. Maybe they do matte finishes on some of them. So I haven't really used them because for me, I've always just glazed. I make my own with glazing medium and the 300 and something colors of paint that I've got. I can do anything. I don't have to buy a custom paint for it that may be one-dimensional. The thing that I love is that I can get model air paints and I can turn this into a wash. I can turn it into a glaze. I can do anything I want to with it. Airbrush with it, brush paint with it. It's a multi-dimensional paint for me. And so, this and glazing medium and some airbrush medium, right? Like golden airbrush medium. And that's all I need. Literally that and a tub of water and you're done. And now you just buy colors as opposed to specialized kinds of paints and all of that. I know people love them, but I tend to stay away from that. Where are you?
Skybound's showing love for Team Jen.
Holy what?
I forgot. I was so excited.
Oh, but he did say the kick-ass streaming occasion.
Yeah.
And yeah.
And I forgot to make the...
Nice.
Yes.
Nice.
That's clapping.
Yeah, ghost tints and candies. That's the same thing that a candy though is in like a candy like in a lacquer base. The same thing is that it's got a lacquer solution in the medium that just spreads the pigments out. So the scientific aspect of it is that they've gone in with a solution that adds a transparent factor or translucence to the paint without separating the bond of the pigment. That's what I'm getting at, right? Is because you can thin a paint to where it's translucent, but if you just do it with water, the pigments aren't going to hold, and when you put it on the model, it's going to look like crap. When you do it with a glazing medium, notice how we don't get any of that spotting, right? We get an equal coloring everywhere, right? And this is more like if we were to use like say like a Reichland Flesh Shade or a Nuln Oil or something. We've just created it on our own. And the ghost tints will do a very similar thing and probably pool differently. They'll cover more like a paint because of the medium that they've used, the vehicle that they're using to carry the pigment in. And they work well. I know Iron-Headed likes them. I know they can give you that kind of candy iridescent feel on your models if that's what you're going for. You can create that same feel with the paints that you already have. Alright. So what I want to do, I think, is brighten this up with a little bit more red. Straight red, which I don't have here. We contaminated our pool of red. I'm going to try this, see if we can't keep this solution going. Just deeper red now. That's pretty thick. A little more glaze. But it doesn't matter if it's lacquers, enamels, acrylics, oils, whatever it is that you're painting with, you have to have a vehicle to present that paint onto the surface, right? And so that's going to be your medium. And that medium can contain its own characteristics that allow it to be translucent or more opaque, you know, you name it. Let's see how this works. This may be too thick.
Are most glazing mediums glossy?
Yeah. The ones that I've used are not super glossy. I would call them satin, right? That's too thick, so I'm going to grab some of that back off of there.
I like satin.
Loaded brush.
It feels nice when you touch it.
It's not that satin, but yes. But yes, you are correct.
Donate $5 to the cause.
Yes.
It'll make you feel better.
Oh my God. LT. Coming in like a champ. Are you guys kidding me?
Is that...
Like they literally just did this?
Hit it? It's over.
That did it.
It hit the limit?
That did it.
Oh my gosh, you
That
guys.
did it. That nailed
That's
it.
so awesome.
Alright, well, you know what that means. Hughes doesn't get to paint a whole lot now. I had to run a giveaway.
Donation received from LT424. I can't think of anything clever,
Dirty,
so
dirty
here's some
little
money
thing.
instead.
What'd he say?
I can't think of anything clever, so here's some money instead.
LT, you're the man. Thank you. And Skybound, killing it. That was quicker than we thought that was going to happen. So let's get going here. I'm going to go in and fill these areas in. Let me finish with this red just so I've still got the base layer workable. And then we will start some giveaways. Because that's what we do. As soon as we hit critical mass, we always go in and do a little bit of giveaway. Give away some slow bucks to some lucky viewers so that you guys can partake in the big deal. And the big deal is, of course, giving away the Strike Force Ultima. You guys are killing it. Killing it! Alright.
Yep, Ironheaded, that's me.
This is going to be more what the red that I wanted on my base was. Needed to add some more pure red to it so it didn't sit and be so pink.
Yeah, Miyako, they seem really detailed. That's awesome. Augur Effect, welcome.
Hello, hello,
Thanks for
hello.
joining us.
Hello, hello,
Dirty,
hello.
dirty little thing.
Dirty, dirty little thing. Back in with just a brush loaded with water again, and I can pull out some of the pigment in some of the areas so that I get a little bit of a cool shading effect out of that last batch. Right? It pulls color more into the edges.
Oh yes, for the Halloween stream. For those of you who were not here earlier,
Oh.
we spontaneously decided to do a stream on Monday where we will be in various
somebody likes us.
costumes.
Desu Angel, welcome. Thank you for the
We'll be
follow.
in costumes. We might have some cocktails.
Might have cocktails? I think it's
Probably
an
eat
imperative.
some candy.
I think it's
And
an
who knows
imperative.
what'll happen?
Imperative. Must have cocktails. Must have adult beverages. Must have friends.
So send your kids out to go trick-or-treating on their own. They're big enough they can handle
Must have costumes. Yeah, exactly.
it. And spend your evening with us.
Exactly. I like it. I like this plan. Whoever had it is smart. Whoever brought that up and made me think that what we could do is stream on Monday.
Hey, somebody likes us.
Smart cookie.
Here's that one. Nebulous.
Nebulous! Welcome! Thank you so much for the follow.
Candy is dandy, but liquor is quicker. That is true.
Is that what it is? I'm not sure that was the only one. These dandy liquors. Are those both trying to achieve the same thing? I don't think that's even a thing.
I love all of these.
What?
Socks.
Oh, she's got a bunch of socks.
I'll learn how to knit. I can knit a scarf. Because I know, like, one type stitch or whatever. I think that's what it's called.
You can just make something that's flat one direction.
And
you have to, like,
I wanted to make a blanket.
At a corner or something?
Probably, I don't know. I wanted to make a blanket, but the knitting needles aren't long, so I didn't know how to do it. So I made a bunch of scarves, and then I quit. Yes, we'll be drinking iced tea.
Kenny's the iced tea man.
Skybound said we'll have interesting drinks since technically drinking on stream is not allowed.
What? Is that a thing? I don't think that's a thing.
I don't know. Costumes, cocktails, and friends must have at least 2.
I didn't think that was a thing.
DVD said, my kid just turned 3. Here's your candy bucket. You got your costume. Don't get kidnapped. I'm going to be here watching Twitch. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I have broken Twitch rules then, because I was drinking and was completely sauced and was making no bones about it on stream for New Year's, and that was not even something that I considered to be a bad thing.
Yeah, Fulbright said, I don't know about not being able to drink on stream. I've seen people openly proclaim the type of beer they're drinking.
Yeah, there's Co-Carnage drinks beer and shows you what beer he's drinking, so you are wrong, sir. You are wrong. Co is one of the biggest streamers on Twitch. And he shows people what beer he's drinking and does cheers to his crowd of family channel stuff. He doesn't curse. He's like one of the biggest family streamers out there. Family content, that is, right? Alright, so...
But we can put it in a, you know, some kind of a disguise just to play.
Hell no, we're bringing the whole bottle of vodka out and we're making freaking whatever drinks we like. Moscow Mules all night, man.
Delicious.
We're digging it.
Oh yeah, Genuine was hungover. That's what the help was for earlier.
Oh, so nice!
Genuine says never drinking again.
Yeah, right. Until the next time. Right? Isn't that how that works? I'm never drinking again until the next time. Damn it.
You never say that. Everybody knows that's what you mean. You never say the words out loud.
Oh. The until the next time part?
Yeah. Mojitos are delicious too. They're a little bit more work though. You gotta muddle and...
Alright, so now we're building up some darkness in there. I'm digging where it's going, right? We're getting some good mottled shades to it. Right, so you can see how you're gaining depth as you go, because, I mean, glazing gives you a different depth than just your standard painting would, right? So as we keep building this up, right, we're still in kind of a... on my end, it's a pretty good red. You're getting a good view of what I'm seeing right there, right? So it's a pretty good bloody red right now. It does tend to move into kind of a purpley area in certain instances. So what we'll do is we'll start glazing with mahoganies added more in, and then start stippling in heavier doses of the glaze like I'm doing right now. Start creating some more depth and shadow in certain spots. Okay, but I'm not going to get into that because we got some stuff to give away. But you can tell all of a sudden, see how I just went in with a little heavier glaze right up in the corner there? I can start doing that, and we'll start bringing that in, and that'll give us a lot more of the red we want.
Somebody likes us.
And then once we go... Sapper Actual, welcome!
Sapper Actual.
Once we're done with all of our shadows and getting the content, getting the dimensional right, making sure that we've got our bright areas where we want them, we've still got that metallic sheen that we're looking for, then at the end of the day we can go back with a pure red glaze and knock everything with pure red down again, as opposed to the glaze that we're working with here is literally, you know, kind of a hybrid between our darker reds and our bright red. But we can go in with just strictly a red glaze at the end and hit it all, and that'll tint it back up. So that's probably what we'll do, is keep playing in this range as we go through. Double Deuce, thank you for the sub. Appreciate it, man. Okay, so good. So we're going to leave him there. You can stare at that and ask questions about glazing and the metallics or anything that you've seen so far, and we are going to give some shit away. How about that? How you guys feel about free stuff? Everybody hates free stuff, right? I mean, I hate free stuff.
I try and avoid free stuff.
Nobody likes free stuff. Why do we even do this? Like, why do people stick around with us when all we do is give away free stuff?
So apparently the Twitch Code of Conduct says no excessive drinking.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, well, that word excessive is subjective at best.
Right.
You will find that out on Monday as they kick us out and take away our partnership. They're like, yeah, we don't really need your kind around here. I don't drink is the thing. Like, I'm a big talker, but if you gave me 2 of whatever it is we're drinking, I'll be like, oh. So is that excessive drinking? He had 2. That can't be excessive. It was for me. Drago, if it's free for you. All right, so let's. What do we got to do here? We need to get up here and do some giveaways. So, again, thank you guys. That was literally LT and freaking Cybound coming through like redonkulous, like $200 worth of redonkulous plus everybody else. So first off, thank you to LT, Cybound, JP Gray, Death by Donut, Neo Cypher, and Calpedo coming in with some bits yesterday as well, right? So Painted Meeple, Apophis, just knocking it out of the park, you guys, helping us get through this critical mass, and literally in record time. Yeah. This is day 2, I think, or something like that. So TG, we're just gonna TG Janage. Thank you for the follow. I probably just butchered your name and I didn't mean to, but thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Snails. Okay, so we are, for everybody that's just joining, we are working on doing metallic reds with glazing and a base coat of our silvers. So we are going to stop midstream with that and put him kind of like there, so you can take a look at him while I do this. We are going to start a raffle, and the first thing we do are some keyword raffles. You guys know the drill, and we give away some Slowbucks. That is our channel currency. So we are going to be doing some keyword raffles, but I always do that. Why do I always do that? For some Slowbucks, we're gonna let this one run for 5 minutes. 5 minutes. We are going to close the keyword raffle when that's done. We're gonna start that and start the timer. All right, so you got 5 minutes. Enter the word as the Bomb Snail just told you, capital B for bucks. Exclamation point bucks with a capital B to get entered into this. Everybody's eligible. It doesn't cost you anything. It's just a keyword raffle. It's a done deal. You just throw it up there. It's nice. It works well. All right, and we need to add a window capture for this. Needs to be EB raffle. Yes, it is. That. All right. There's this one. That will just kind of float there. Everybody can see what we got doing the doing as the raffle goes along.
He's trying to cover me. I do want anyone to look at me.
Nobody wants to look at it. See that? There we go. Mucho bettero. Alright. We will bring that thing back up when we get close. And we'll keep painting. We got 5 minutes, and we'll do another one. Don't worry, we give away lots of crap here. Let's give this some air. Just using the airbrush as kind of a hairdryer right now. Help speed up. The glazing medium, like I said before, allows the paint a lot of setup and work time. So just remember that. You're going to have like a hairdryer or something. I would say not. Well, you can use a hairdryer as long as it has the cold air feature, which I guess most of them do. I don't know. I'm so hairdryer dumb. I never use a hairdryer.
Do you have a hairdryer that has a cold button?
Yeah. Oh, we do have a pink hairdryer in here, don't we? I just have gotten used to using my airbrush for everything. You can see that knocks down a lot of that sheen on the model instantly, pretty much.
What do you use as an air tank on your brush?
What's that?
What do you use as an air tank on your brush?
Fulbrighted. I use a workhorse compressor, if that's the question you're asking. The workhorse compressor that I have is a 1 horse compressor, 1 horse or 1.5 horsepower compressor out in the garage. It's the kind of compressor that'll do up to 120 psi, so it's a shop compressor. And I have it putting out 60 psi constant to the room here. And in the room, I have another regulator that is set right now at 22 psi. So I run my brush at 22 psi, but the tank out there is putting 60 psi into the hose to the room.
2 minutes left on the raffle for Slowbucks.
2 minutes.
Get in it.
2 minutes.
Get in it. LT says I'm too paid to drunk, so unfortunately it's dead.
Nice. Too paint to drunk. I like that. On Monday we'll be too paint to drunk. Alright, so we're going to go in with some Hull Red. We're going to make another... Sorry, I moved that off stream there. We're going to make another batch of glaze with the Hull Red. And just a touch of red. This is going to be our shade. That on there. Thank you very much. Alright, so a very, very dark glaze that we're going to do this time. This is going to let us build up our shadows where we want some. Again, I just take a brush loaded with the paint and I'm just going to touch the glaze here and work it in. Okay. That's going to give me a pretty good amount, but I think I want this to be pretty heavy, actually.
If you're painting along here tonight with Jason, put your brush down for just a second, type in !bucks, get in on the raffle.
Only 38 of you wanting some Slowbucks. Are you kidding me?
We have about 30 seconds left.
Are you kidding me? You do better than that. Come on, gang. Alright, and then what we do is we're going to now start taking this glaze and stippling it in where we want it, right? So in these shadow areas. There. This area on the back side of his butt plate is in shadow. So I'm going to work in from left to right with our glaze coming across and right up underneath that panel. I'm basically painting in shadows right now with the glaze. Okay? So,
Desu Angel, not a stupid question. Desu Angel said, last figures I painted were in the mid-80s.
oh wow.
Raw Partha, etc. Are all figures plastics and composites now instead of metal?
No, there are quite a few companies that really only do metal. One of my favorite games, Infinity, is all metal from Corvus Belli still. So believe it or not, there are ways to still play with just metal miniatures, although they're much higher quality than, you know, the Raoul Parthas and things you're familiar with. I painted back then as well, so definitely I understand the difficulty in those days. I'm just going to go ahead and close this entire area up with this shade color. But yeah, there is. We got to draw a winner, don't we?
Yeah.
Let me finish this one shadow real quick. You can work the shadows out, get your brush, load it with a little bit of water, no more glaze, and then you just kind of stipple the edge. Stipple means just kind of smack the brush on the surface. All right, and by stippling it with just a brush loaded with water, it'll help thin that edge out. So you can see, like on the back of that thigh plate, how I brought the shadow across here. But you will have a hard time seeing a straight line because I'm working that edge to be a little bit thinner. Like so. Same with this butt plate edge. I want to kind of hit it with some water. So I'll blur that edge a little bit. Right? Like that. And that'll help with our blends. So we're going to do that across the whole model.
We love when people who haven't painted for a while find all of this. There's a whole community of painters here, and it's just so awesome that hopefully it gets you back into it.
Heck yeah, man.
Really cool
we love it. And that is, like Jen just said, it's one of the things that gives us the most pleasure. Kenny and I talk about it all the time with the fact that when people come in and tell us, hey, I haven't painted in years, I had no idea this was going on, welcome. Welcome back, man, because I took a long break. Pretty much all of us have taken long breaks. This is one of those Corvus Belli miniatures that I was talking about. This guy is all metal. Every model in their miniature line is all metal. We're working him up for an Infinity army of Hakazlan guys. So you can see the level of detail is amazing on these metal miniatures. And so you can do whatever you're familiar with. Your old metal miniatures are probably still valid in whatever game you were playing back then, you know, for D&D and whatever. A lot of people really like all of the old stuff. So, you know, we do all of that. War Machine and Horde still use a lot of metal miniatures, but a lot of them are plastics. Like a lot of the ones that you'll see us working on here recently are plastics. Like these Kingdom Death miniatures come in plastics and resins. So, you know, they still have a lot of detail on them as well. A little bit easier to build. Obviously, metal miniatures give people grief sometimes. All right, so let's bring up the raffle. Let's draw a winner, and the winner is Badoink. Foe Hammer! I love that freaking name. It's the Foe Hammer from Lord of the Rings. Love it. Love it. Congrats, Foe Hammer. I am going to go in and grab our user database here and find you. Where are you, Foe Hammer? Foe Hammer. The Foe Hammer. We're going to give you some slow bucks, buddy. Bink! Slow bucks for the Foe Hammer. Alright, let's do it again. Let's start a new raffle.
I really like the crap.
There you go. Again, enter in for some slow bucks. We haven't, remember guys, we haven't decided if we're doing this as an auction or a raffle yet for the big box. So don't be afraid to go jump in and grab yourself some slow bucks. You might be able to get it as a raffle winner. Who knows? I'm crazy like that. I never know what I'm going to do. And you never know what I'm going to do either.
Hey, Fulbrighted, thanks for following.
Thank you so much.
Fulbrighted is a senior in high school.
Fantastic, man. Glad to have you on a weekend. Awesome. Alright, so we're going to go back and grab some of our really dark glaze again and just keep working it into the darker areas of the armor.
Quick on the draw, killing time. Raffle would be amazing for something that big.
Yes, it would. We're crazy around here, you never know. You never know.
Never know.
If we continue to get people adding in and chipping in tonight, we've got some other stuff we can give away as well. Got a Space Marine Command Sprue from the Betrayal of Calth that I'm going to be auctioning off. That'll be a keyword raffle at some point tonight. I said I was going to give away if we hit critical mass. We can do that. That's the 2. It's the chaplain or, you know, Crozius bearing bad dude, depending on which way you want to look at it. And the Terminator captain out of the Betrayal at Calth. They come on a single sprue, so we're going to raffle that off tonight as well. Somebody can win that. And all sorts of crap here. We kind of are, as you guys help the channel, we give away crap constantly. I say crap. I shouldn't say crap. None of it's crap. We don't give
People don't want crap.
We give away really cool
want
shit.
good stuff. Gabriel asks, what do you think of doing a model in reverse highlights? Darkest areas are brightest colors and vice versa.
I've seen some people make it work on vehicles. I'm not a fan. And the only reason I'm not a fan is because of the fact that it kind of goes against all you know, and so when I look at it, my eyes are disturbed by it. Does that make sense? It doesn't make it a bad look. It's just uncomfortable for me, or not uncomfortable. It's just hard for me to take in. That makes sense? It's just hard for me to take in. I think is the way to say that. But it's something that I know a lot of people are doing with tanks now. They're basically highlighting the bottom of the sides of the tank and then darkening up towards the upper edges of the sides, things like that. And I get it, right? Either somebody didn't know what they were doing when they started that trend, or they did it on purpose. Either way, it just looks unnatural to me, and so I stay away from it.
So that's the goal of the miniature, so I think I'll go for it.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, if you're working with something that you want kind of an unnatural, look to, fantastic, man. I'm a fan of trying all sorts of new shit. So you've seen me sling paint in some of the weirdest ways, right? Last week we tried El Cheapo paints, and I was thoroughly astounded at how good they were. So never give up on getting creative and trying new things, because you might just like it, I think is how that motto goes.
By the way, Killing Time wants you to just give this set to him, or this kit, whatever.
Just give it to him?
Yeah, so that he can convert it to chaos and raffle it off on his stream.
What? What?
And he said, I swear if I get this, I won't enter another raffle for the rest of the month. Oh.
Yeah, great. The month's over. Thanks.
Nope, we have a bonus stream on Monday.
We do have a bonus stream on Monday, so I guess it was that.
Removing yourself from that one. Watch what you say. There might be something good that day.
Alright, again, we are just kind of working into areas, building up shading as we go with our deep glaze. And the nice thing about the glaze is that they're going to allow the metallics to work up underneath them the whole time.
Gamer, welcome. Here's the model that Gabriel was talking about.
Oh, heck yeah. That's an awesome model. Necron something or other?
Necro Cyborg Grim Reaper.
He's awesome. Alright, so we're working in, building up some cool transitions as we go from obviously deeper on the gauntlet and then around to the brighter areas here.
Boshek used the paints you can get at Walmart. He did the tutorial last week about inexpensive paints.
Yeah.
And how to make them work.
That's what we did, man. We used, we had somebody tell me they had a budget of about $30. What could they do with miniature painting? And so I went out. They didn't ask me to go do this, but that's what I did. Is, you know, we had a time where we had gone out to Hobby Lobby and got $30 worth of paint, and it was 36 paints, and it was literally the brushes and the paint weren't even $30 through the whole thing. So can't beat that with a stick. And we worked up that guy.
Oh, he said hopefully we'll be doing the orc pinup this or next weekend. Killing Time will be doing the orc pinup this or next weekend.
Oh, that's right. I always forget you owe somebody a model.
Flip, we hit the target, but we haven't given it away yet.
Nope, we are still waiting. We got a raffle going on, and it's over.
It's over.
Got another raffle going on for a keyword to give away some slow bucks here. And then we'll get into the real deal. Just doing some... building in some shadows on this guy right now. Alright, let's do this again. Let's draw again. So the winner of this one is Drago!
Yay!
Congrats, Drago.
Another sound.
You can try all of them. Some of them are horrible. I told you some of them are annoying, and they never stop.
I know, that's a long one.
They never freaking stop. So congrats, Drago. Because of the size of this, we're going to do one more. Yeah. Just because I'm crazy. Freaking crazy.
It's Friday.
Start another one.
Woo.
There you go.
One more raffle.
One more raffle for slow bucks. One more chance. Get in on it while you can, because next we're going to start into the main raffle. Giving away the Strike Force Ultima box set.
I'm getting the first raffle entry again, all 3 times in it.
He's like sitting there on the trigger.
Yeah, he's ready.
Alright, so again, just you can see how I'm building in that shadow there. And because that area, right, I went a little thick, so now I just load the brush with water only. Right, and just come in here along that line. Oh, that was way too much water. What am I doing? It'll still work, but that was a lot. Alright, so when you load the brush with water, that'll help smooth that edge out, right? So that you don't get a hard line between your shade. I went a little heavy on the water, but it works. It worked in the end. We got it anyhow. Shoot. Right. Here on the chest, I probably want to tack this a little bit right in here by the arm. Just kind of stipple it lightly away from the shaded area out towards the highlight like that. We don't have like a specific light source happening here, so I'm just going wherever with the paint. Wherever I feel like I want some shadow. Same over here. I probably want to grab just inside by the shoulder pad a little bit.
Death and Knockin said, I just got back in the hobby too. The Strike Force box that would go great with the Ultramarines I'm currently painting.
That Strike Force is amazing for anybody, even if you've already got a lot of Marines. It's a great way to get a friend in the Marines or into 40k in general. If you don't play 40k, if you only play Fantasy or Age of Sigmar, it works. Okay, so what we did here is on these two areas, just work up shadow from the shoulder plate over into those edges. There you can go, you can see it there. Now we've got shadow built up on this chest area. Yeah, it's a great set. It's got everything. Like, I'm jealous. I want it. I could definitely use that Land Raider for my Imperial Fists. Because even in 30k, the damn, what do they call it? A Phobos or whatever? Standard Land Raider is.
DBD says I don't play TW games. Is it good for me?
Yeah, definitely. Heck yeah, it is, DVD. It's basically a Space Marine detachment, man. It's everything you need to start playing Space Marines. It literally, other than the book and the dice, I think, and it's probably got a small rule book in it. I haven't opened it to see, but I bet it's got a small rule book in it. Ouch.
Yeah, it's our music tonight, Haas. You're not hearing things.
Alright, so just shading like this bottom area here on the belt.
Apparently we're going to be writing Killing Time in as our candidate.
Okay.
Even though he's Canadian.
He's Canadian. Can you even do that? No, but we'll make it work. I want to accentuate this one area on the thigh plate here, so I'm dragging in shadows from both other sides into it. I want to shade a little bit up underneath this chainmail to give it a contrast. Put on the underside of this knee pad here.
Got about 30 seconds left in the raffle. Get in it.
Exclamation point bucks. Give yourself some slow bucks. This side over here on the knee is going to be completely in shadow, so I'm just going to go ahead and basically stipple the dark red in that entire area. Gets right up here to the peak of the knee. Same with all this stuff down below the boot. I wasn't really sure if this was even metallic, but we're going to go with it. Stipple it, or not stipple, we're just going to swap on the dark stuff until it gets around to this area on the cap. We'll leave that as a sheen. Little shine. And come back in on this side and dark stuff. And to get down that ball. This whole thigh is pretty much not existing. Like, there. Stand over here again. Raffle's over?
Yeah.
Let's go to the winner. Third winner is Nerval! Congrats, Nerval.
Yay!
Good Nerval.
No bucks for Nerval.
No Gnu's is good Gnu's.
Good Nerval.
Good Nerval. Those points, Nerval. Alright, boys and girls, that means that the big one is coming. What do we want to do here? What do we want to do? We could... Let me take a look at what we got going on here. Let's, blah, 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 blah. Let's do that. Yeah. What do we think? What do we think? I don't know if we want to raffle this or auction this. I think we're going to auction it. And then do the raffle and do a couple of keyword raffles that don't take slow bucks for other stuff. I think that's what we're going to do. So we will do the Space Marine Strike Force Ultima as our standard auction, which means that you can use slow bucks to bid in the auction, just like if it was an auction anywhere, but you only spend your slow bucks if you're the winner, and everybody else gets to keep theirs. And then we are going to be raffling off some other stuff. I've got the Space Marine character sprue, and we might go crazy with some other big stuff. I've got some other big stuff here. We'll see how the auction goes. Yeah, let's do some fun stuff. Let's start this auction. Let's get it going. This is... I only say that because I've been calling it an auction all week, so people have had the understanding that it was probably going to be an auction. I should probably stop putting that up there, because it kind of limits me. Alright, so the auction is Strike Force Ultima. The minimum bid is 1. The anti-snipe I don't think works, but I always set it at 30 seconds anyway. I don't know what it does. It never seems to... I think it resets the clock every time. What time is it right now? 8:40. Let's do this for... Go back around the other way. Let's do this for 45 minutes. What do you say?
That's what I was going to say.
45 minutes?
Yeah.
Good. Great minds think alike, and sometimes so do we. Alright. Anti-snipe, all users. Close the auction at the end of 45 minutes. Let's open the auction. Let's start the auction.
Put a timer up.
And put the timer up. That's a different program.
Thanks.
Yeah, isn't it? Drives me nuts. Like, wow, we have like, if any of you guys that don't stream, I don't want to sound like, you know, we're got first world problems over here. There's a lot to take care of here.
Jeez, DVD.
So there you go. 44 minutes left on this auction. What did he do? Just jump in and say,
going big right off the bat.
What?
For the guy who said he doesn't play GW, will I like this?
LT says, damn, no foreplay at all.
Right?
What did he do?
25.
What?
Killing time was at 6. DBD jumps in with 25.
What? Death of Knockin' says, bid $1 million.
There you go.
Unfortunately, that does not work.
It did one day.
It did work, and I don't know why. Who was it? Pixie?
Pixie
came in and bid 666, and somehow it worked?
It worked.
I think it was because she did 666. I think that's something that the creators of the program built in or something like that. Would be my guess. Alright. We need some in around the bottom of the head here.
DVD like, GTFO peasants, let the adults bid.
And don't worry, don't feel like it's the end of the world if you don't get in on this one, because Death by Donut just blew you out of the water, right? We will have
depleting.
We will have quite a bit else. We know we're giving away the Space Marine character sprue, and we know I've got other stuff here. I'm just gonna have to dig through stock and see what else we might want to give away. What else we might want to give away? We got some War Machine Horde stuff we could give away if you guys like War Machine Hordes. That could be some fun.
Remember that if you don't win the auction, you don't lose your slow bucks. Skybound's up to 31 already.
What? Skybound, I think, had the intention with that donation of taking home some Space Marines.
Yeah.
Skybound's like, boys, I hate to be rude here, but
where's Yori when you need him? I don't think Yori has the slow bucks.
yeah, Yori doesn't have the slow bucks to play in this man's game tonight, I don't think, the way Death by Donut jumped out there.
I would be so good at this job.
What is it?
Professional Halloween candy tester.
Ooh, I want that job. Actually,
Nope,
I don't
it's
want
my
that
job. It's my job today.
You won't even share it?
I might bring some home. I might take some in my pocket and bring it home for you.
Might.
Might.
Baby. Critical word there, folks. You know, my life around me.
Oz Pete.
Hey,
Hey.
what's going on, man?
Welcome back. Whoa!
What do we have happen?
DBD bid 50.
50? What?
50. He bid 50.
What? DVD has been losing a lot of auctions lately, though, and he probably has a lot of slow bucks built up. You gotta watch that guy. I told you the other day, you gotta watch it. You gotta let him win every now and then, otherwise you'll never have the option to win on your own. Because he's gonna just pool slow bucks up, because you can bank them, right? We don't ever clear your slow bucks out. We don't ever clear your slow bucks out, so you've got them. They roll over month to month. So even if right now you've never donated, you've never subbed, nothing, and you've just gotten a couple of slow bucks from winning keyword raffles or whatever, eventually those could build up to the point where you could be like Big Willie. Because it might be a year from now, right? But in a year you could be like, nah, this is all me, right? And just slap down your wallet.
I earned this.
Yeah, just slap your wallet down and say, I've been here longer. Don't ever fret. It might take you longer to do something cool, but you can always do something cool. We will be giving away cool shit until the sun goes out, if I have it my way.
And every $5 donation gets you 2?
Yep.
$5 donation gets you 2 slow bucks.
Yep, it's at like 40... I forget what the math works out to, but yeah. It's 2 slow bucks for every $5. But every dollar donated gets you some slow bucks. You don't have to donate $5. It's just that's the easy math, the way we've got it worked out in the economy sense right now. Alright, I'm just continuing to build up shadow in some areas where I want it, just for dramatic effect, pretty much. You can see how it's already starting to settle in. We're getting a lot of depth on the model.
I love the deals that they make.
What's
DVD sets Skybound. If you bid 51, I'll let you have it. No one else has that many slow bucks.
Holy balls, man. It's like Big Willie stuff right there.
Yeah,
man.
right.
That's ridiculous. I didn't realize anybody had that much. Well, I guess Skybound does, because Skybound came in and dropped the only reason why this is up for auction right now is because of him and LT. Everybody else that helped out got it, but he came in and was like, boom! He dropped the mic.
Top bid of 51 registered by Skybound.
Skybound. Is he trusting DBD? Is that what's happening
I think
here?
he is.
And they're both trusting that nobody else is going to run in and
right.
snipe this out from under them, right? That'd be a hefty snipe, by the way. But I don't put it past some of our viewers.
You never know.
We've had it happen before.
You never know.
Right.
Uh-oh.
What was that?
Not fair, this just showed the top 5. You have the most. I'm just barely behind you. DVD, Skybound. Shit.
Oh.
Who could show up anytime?
Shit.
He could show up anytime.
Probably. And he's the guy that would show up
He would.
and be like, nope.
Oh, Mike!
And be like, nope.
Snatch it right up.
Nope. I'm not going to be playing this way. He's like, I'll be taking that from you. Want to eat that last bite of steak?
Oh, DVD has 69 slow bucks.
Alright, so you can see pretty good on that face, how we're building up our shadows. We're just letting it get into the recesses. Again, don't worry about the color or the tint necessarily right now. We're still building up value. We like the reds. We're building up value on our reds. We still have that metallic glow that we're going after everywhere, right? But we're building up some shading by putting that shade down into the recesses, building it up into areas like here on the thigh, the bottom side, making sure that we get the underside of the thigh, right? So we've got dark where we need dark. See this other thigh over here peeking out and still not playing with us the way we need it to. This needs to be completely pretty much blacked out down here.
And Sidebound is right. GBD started the donating tonight with his 2513 or whatever crazy number he had.
Yeah, he did. That triggered the OCD from some other people.
I think it was JP.
No, we appreciate it, man. You guys have knocked it out of the park tonight. I thought for sure we'd be giving this away maybe Tuesday. So that's awesome. Thank you, guys. Big kudos. Alright, so again, now just walking around the model, taking a look at where you've got shading. What's that?
That's why I love this channel. You guys are great. Love the raffles, but I really love the amazing painting tutorials, and that brushwork is the best.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. That means the world. That's why we get up and do this. We love you guys. The fact that you choose to hang out with your valuable time and spend it with us, we always say that, but I couldn't mean it more. Literally. There's just no way we can mean it any more than we do. It's awesome. Having, you know, the best internet friends in the biz is what keeps it going. It's awesome.
Well, huzzah, huzzah. I'll just throw back my legs and pollute
Oz
my
Pete,
britches
thank you
with
so much for the sub.
you.
Enjoy your emotes. Hype it up the channel for Oz Pete, guys. Exclamation point hype for those of you that don't have emotes, or just flood the channel with your emotes if you do. Thanks, Oz. Got himself some slow bucks right there.
That's right. That's another way to get some slow bucks. Killing time loads an auction sniper rifle. Yep, so your subs get you slow bucks. You get 2 for your first month, and then each month that you renew, you get 3, right?
Yep. Yep, it adds to your bonus. You get bonus an extra one every month, so you get 3 a month for that.
And if you have Amazon Prime and you're not using your Twitch Prime sub, well, come on over.
Huzzah, huzzah. I'll just
Double
throw back
deuce.
my legs and
Double
pollute
deuce,
my
thank you so much for the
you.
sub. Thanks, guys. You guys are killing it tonight. Killing it tonight. All right. So like I said, I'm really comfortable with the way it's headed as far as the red. It looks, it's still a little bit in the transparent red range as we would expect as we're doing the metallics. But I really, really dig it. I think we'll let this dry and start painting. Well, we can't really. We got to finish up as much as we can at this point with what we've got going on. Because you're not going to want to go back in and glaze after we do, like, say, the gold trim on all these pieces, right? So what we want to do is make sure that we've got the red pretty much finalized. So I intended to spend most of the evening on the reds, right? And we're looking pretty good. Again, airbrush for the air so that we can dry this stuff down. We've got lots of glaze built up in some of these areas, so I'm going to let it sit here on this thigh for a minute. It's really, really wet. Got wet thigh, shoot! See how that is really getting some depth to it now. You guys can really start to see how the shadows and everything are starting to pop. And then when we lay our final red glaze, we'll hit the entire area, right? Right now we're spotting in with shadow to give us these dark transitions that we want everywhere, right? Just as if we were airbrushing, right?
We're blowing Grumpy Gobbo's mind with this glazing. Could you do a black glaze over metallic, or would it not work as well?
Yes, you can glaze any color you want. You just have to watch the opacity of the paint, right? So with a black, because black is very, very deep, you probably want to go really, really thin and layer it up in multiple coats like what we've been doing here. You know, we've been using the Hull Red. Hull Red is a very, very dark, heavy pigmented paint. So that's why I've been waiting and going through on these shadows and hitting them a couple of times, you know, before dropping in and saying that I'm satisfied. And see, look how that shoulder plate turns out, right? you get this real good depth, but you still have all that metallic feel everywhere, right? Even the little dings in the armor start to be a little darker, so that hammered look on the armor just happens naturally because of the sculpt, right? So notice how we're picking up all of those shadows that we want, right? Really, really cool and really, really easy. You guys haven't seen me do anything hard yet. I mean, the hardest part about this, I always say with glazes, is getting the glaze consistency where you want it. Making sure that it's transparent enough. Always err on the side of too transparent, too thin, right? Because with a glaze, it's always going to dry fine on the model. You're not going to get cracking. Like if you do it with water, you have to be careful. The thinner you go, the more chance you run the risk of once you put it on the model and it dries, it'll split and it won't adhere to the model correctly. So you got to be really, really careful with that. But use a glazing medium. Just go out and buy yourself or order yourself some game glaze and you're set, right? You won't use a whole lot of this over the course of time. One drop goes a long way. And because we've been being pretty wasteful over here on the palette, you know, this one, our shadow we used all the way, but our red we wasted a lot. So, and then really it's just painting the shadows. And because it's a glaze and because it's thin and the way it interacts, as you've seen, I have just really been slopping paint on. I mean, with the shadow, I'm specific where I'm placing it, but it's not like I'm having to work very hard to blend it because the glaze itself does most of the blending, right? So I get this very bright spotlight effect where I want it, you know, and all my shadows really fall in nice and neat. And once we hit it with the final, which I think is where we're going now, because as I'm looking at it, I'm not missing anything. Like I don't feel like any of my areas are too deep or too bright. I don't know. I think we're good. I think I might want a little bit of highlight around the eyes and the forehead. It's really dark on the face, so I want to highlight all that up. So I'm going to do that. And I think that's it. Maybe a little bit here on this gauntlet I might want. But other than that, I'm really, really pleased with it. So, to do those highlights, what do? We use silver. Not red, silver. Remember, when you're doing the glazes, you want to stick with whatever your base coat was, and in our case it was, oh, good God, look at that. Silver snake.
Yeah.
Good old Vallejo bottles.
Ferthus, have a good weekend.
You out of here, man?
Hey, Ferthus, did you hear that we might be here Monday too?
Yeah, we're going to be here Monday. Surprise Halloween stream. Not much of a surprise that we told you, but
it's not a might anymore, it is it for sure.
I think we're doing it for sure. I don't know what time though, so just keep checking. Check our Facebook, pay attention to us. Pay attention to me, damn it. But we'll figure it out on Monday. I don't want to run over. I know Keyline streams on Monday, so we might just come right in after Keyline Prime on Monday and go into the afternoon, or maybe we'll do it late at night and just tell Micho he's got to stream with us or something. I don't know. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. All right. But what we want to do here, I want to get a little bit of a smaller brush. And for any area that you want to be highlighted, what we're doing, because remember, we're still going to go over this model with a red glaze, like a bright red glaze. The whole model won't turn bright red because we've set up all of this value right now with dark reds. But what the bright red will do is bring a little bit more blood look into it and get rid of some of this kind of you know, I don't want to say pinkish purpley look, but right now it is a little bit transparent red. The final red will brighten that up just enough. But what we want to make sure we do is hit any areas that we want to pop, because what you don't want to have to do a whole lot of is go back and line highlight areas that you've glazed the way you would traditionally. So I'm just going to come in with silver over these eyebrows, the brow line right down here on the cheeks, the nose of this mask.
I won't be here before 3, Ferthus. He might, but I have to work, so...
Yeah, she's got to work. Well, we'll keep it to where we start when she's here.
7-ish, what time zone, Cybound? I can't remember.
What's that?
Where Cybound is. D. Greatsburg, hello.
Hey, D. Kratesburg. So this will help when we put it with red. The red will be the first layer that hits this, and so this will really make that a bright red. We may hit it with a little bit of our original just to tone it down a hair, but you want to make sure that this is how you're bringing your points up. And if there are any other areas that you see, go in with a very wet brush on the silver and you can bring it in to like right here, dab a little bit on the top there, just to make sure that we get, you know, right on the top of that belt, we get a little bit more of a bright glare. Or maybe right in here a little bit. Again, I'm working very wet, even with
Donate
the
$5
silver
to the
paint.
cause, and maybe it'll make you feel better.
LT. Thank you.
Uh-oh, LT's getting serious.
Oh.
LT wants some slow bucks.
Sneaking in there.
Thank you, LT. The man. You guys are killing it tonight. Very, very thankful.
Well,
All the
Skybound, you
support.
know, regardless of what, you know, if we start, like, when I get home from work, we'll still be streaming at 7, I'm sure.
$30 donation received from LT
Earth is,
424.
I hope you have a good
Press
weekend.
for Monday's
Yeah, man.
stream, or maybe for tonight. Just in
Love you,
case.
and we appreciate you.
You been having a rough time again?
Yeah, I said a little bit of a
Aw.
funk, he said.
What's that?
Said he's in a little bit of a funk.
Aw, man. Get better. I know it's been trailing on you for a while, buddy. Just
Oh,
gonna add a little bit.
LT said that's prep for Monday stream, or maybe for tonight, just in case.
But notice how I'm just dropping a little bit of watered down silver on some of these areas, right? Just to pop them out a little bit for that last glaze that we'll do. Remember how we did last night? We did the exact same thing when we were doing the yellow ink. We just went back in with our grays and were able to lighten certain areas up enough that when we hit it with the yellow ink again, it would make it pop or, you know, go down. You're just basically coming in and working these areas to your heart's content, basically. Either erasing mistakes that you saw that you made, or picking up areas that you really want to have, you know, more pop. It's up to you.
Oh, that sounds like a good funk breaker. A
What's that?
puppy to play with.
A puppy?
I know a website that shows monkeys doing it.
Not possible. There is no such thing as a website that shows monkeys doing it. It's not even a thing. You guys are liars. You guys are liars. Lying liars who lie. Pick up a little bit on that forehead. Again, working really, really wet. You can thin down the metallics with water as well, just like you would with any paint. You just got to be careful, like I said, because the
Why don't you
pigment
donate $5
starts
to the
splitting.
cause, and maybe it'll make you feel better.
That's my donut with $10 and a penny, just to piss everybody off. Thank you, sir. Right. Hitting some of these areas, I think, need a little bit of brightening up.
Thank you for a very enjoyable game.
Scotty No Knows, what's going on, man? Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
LT has a 4-month-old yellow lab puppy. Oh, so cute.
Oh, did he stow a picture?
No, but I'm sure it's cute. How could it not be?
$10.01 donation received from Death Be Doofnut. Monday.
Death
She
Be
does say
Doofnut?
She does
Plus
say
the
Death
row
Be
numbers,
Doofnut.
You said Death Be Doofnut? That's so freaking rad. By the way.
Condro numbers, yes, I like it. That's awesome. Fractions of Slowbucks are hilarious. Skybound, you're going to attend a Weird Al concert and have Hodor DJ at a party you're attending?
Holy crap, he is a DJ.
Scotty No Knows.
See, I'm just going in and stippling in some of these areas that I want to see a little bit brighter when we go in with our final glaze. Very, very thin on the silver paint. You don't want to go in and highlight with a normal paint, right? Some people ask me, well, why wouldn't you just use white here? It would be more effective. But white would sink the metallic that we're going after. So again, the silver keeps the metallic that we're looking for at the end of the day. What's that? What's that?
LT said, okay, I'll find a picture, but in the meantime, here's this. Bid 52.
What? What?
Oh, and Cybound came right back with a 53.
What?
Oh, it's the real Hodor.
Yeah.
To be fair, Hodor was a DJ before he was Hodor.
Yeah, he was a DJ. We saw that.
Yeah. I was thinking it was like someone dressed up as Hodor being a DJ.
Oh,
but it's
what
the
you were
actual
saying.
Hodor.
Yeah, no, it'd be the actual Hodor, huh? That'd be a lot of fun. It's weird that he was a DJ, because you see him DJ and it's like, oh. He's like super into
Well, yeah,
it.
because he didn't have all the facial hair and stuff, and I think he shaved his head in real life. So he doesn't really look like as much like Hodor as you would expect when you meet Hodor.
Oh, now I think he does. Right? But they showed the pictures of him and he wears like club clothes and stuff. Like he's all hip club clothes. It was just really weird seeing him that way. Yeah, he is. He's huge.
He just DJ'd at your town's university recently, Max. Very cool. Oh, Scotty No Nose in Chicago. Cubs lost.
Is there a big game going on or something?
What's that? Who are the Cubs?
Some big game going on?
No! Oh my god! LT just been 55.
What?
Yeah, he's Hodor to me. I don't know his real name. Oh, it's me, Hodor. Hodor. Alright, killing time. Have a good weekend.
You out of here? Take it easy, man.
Stop by Monday. Do some Halloween fun.
I'm gonna wear silly hats. Maybe some
What I'm
wrestling,
gonna do?
Maybe some wrestling masks. Never know. Crazy like that.
Greenleaf Terrain. I need your opinion. I was supposed to go play Bolt Action in this Escalation League, and apparently I didn't accept some Facebook post or something, so even if I show up tomorrow, I can't play. Sound fair?
What?
Aww.
No? If people want to show up and play, they should play. I don't understand this.
Yeah.
I don't understand this. This sounds
lame.
bogus. But
Lame.
I'm not the... I don't want to make it sound like we're going against whatever the people that put their hard-earned time and all that work and effort into generating a thing for you to do. I'm sure they have rules, so...
Oh.
Some of them are a little bit more militant about it than others, usually because there's a lot of people involved, right? If it was a game where in your area...
Donate $5 to the cause and maybe it'll make you feel better.
Red Baron?
Red Baron, thank you so much. Coming in hot with the $10. Everybody hype it up in the channel for Red Baron. Show him some love. Thank you, Red Baron.
Oh, alright, Oz.
Yeah, here,
This
Oz.
weekend, yeah, Oz said have to bounce, setting up the new studio for streaming next month. Just
Oh,
wanted to
awesome,
say
man.
Thanks for all the laughs over the last week. Keep being awesome.
Awesome. We'll see you next week. Alright, so we went in and dabbed a little bit more silver on there just to get some areas that are going to pop when we go in with the last glaze, right? And so now you can start really seeing how this model and all of our shadows start falling into those panels. Right, I'm really happy with the workup we got going right now. We got a lot of darks, right, and those real bright spots, and a lot of our mid-tones are really good too.
$10
right?
donation received from Red
Peer
Baron
pressure.
67. Peer pressure : 0.
Peer pressure. Alright, so now we got to come up with the color that we want to throw on this guy. How much more time? You got 19 minutes if you want to go freaking like crazy and mortgage the house for this box set. You got 19 minutes. And currently,
Gee.
we've had a bounce back and forth. It's LT right now.
Mhm.
Oh god. Oh god. Cybound's gonna start looking for people's addresses.
Yeah.
Because like Cybound literally comes in hot a lot of times and like walks away with nothing. So,
Aw.
but he'll have a shit ton of slow bucks.
You're gonna have a lot of slow bucks.
So when the Burning of Prospero comes out, there ain't gonna be anybody to freaking
Right.
knock around with you, Cybound.
Wait, but I think
That's-
he's the one that already has 4 of them.
What? Did Cybound get them?
Wasn't it Cybound that had Wasn't it his wife that gave him the
Was it?
anniversary?
Oh,
Cybound? I think that
Jesus.
was Cybound, yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
And then he said, shh, don't tell him that I already had to.
Yeah, that's true. All right, I might want to do a test area. What? Why did you show her this? Why did you show her this? Why did you show her this?
Face. So cute.
Why did you show her this? Is that a necessity? That dog is cute as hell, by the way.
Look at his eyes.
I don't want to look at it anymore.
Look
I don't
into
want
his
to know.
eyes right now.
Oh, God. Can we have your dog? Jesus.
We'll trade you your dog for this set thing that you're bidding on.
All right, so here's the deal. This is more of a dirty water glaze. We don't want it too thick, but we do want it very bright red. All right, so we're going in hot. Bright red. Here we go. Let's pick a panel to test this on before I
Picture
do
just
this.
isn't fair.
Do the underside of his thigh here real quick. Always try to pick apart your model if you
Oh,
can.
who was that? Whose wife gave two of those? Sorry, Cybound.
Perfect.
I don't remember who that was. That was at the beginning. It was like
This
4 hours
is perfect.
2 hours.
All right, so look at that. Look at this panel right here versus everything around it. So this red is going on everything, right? Everything, even the shadows. You don't want to be selective when you go through with the final glaze. You want to hit every surface because what you're trying to do now is pull it into the actual tint or color that you want, right? The hue that you were going for in the first place. And you can do this a couple of times. So if the first time it dries and it's still not the red you were looking for, don't feel bad about it. You can add another layer if you need to. Whatever.
Star Centers, that's who it was.
Star Center, that's right.
Thank you, guys. Night, Drago. Have a good weekend.
Get out of here, Drago.
Stop by Monday.
Take it easy, girl. Yeah, hopefully we'll see you on Monday.
Halloween.
And again, this is just straight red mixed with the glaze. We do all the leg areas first, and then we'll work up to the torso.
Yeah. D. Greatsburg said what they do.
Vallejo, D. Greatsburg.
And then Greenleaf said, thanks, you're the best. Guess I'll use 2 more fish.
What's that?
For that, was it a tournament or something that he's not going to be able to?
Oh, yeah,
tomorrow?
for the bolt action thing. That sucks, man. I like the idea of playing bolt action, too. I need to find a group that wants to. I know there's probably one here in the Phoenix area. I just haven't been really bad about about gaming. Alright. That's looking good. Move over to the gauntlets. Again, shadows, everything, right? Before, we were not, like, certain areas we would only hit with the shadow color. Now we want to hit everything. We want all of our red armor to get this final bright red tint. And because it's all dark underneath, it's not going to be the red, right? I mean, you're going to have to play with stuff like this, get used to how glazing reacts, so that you can understand like what kind of a value a particular, thickness of glaze is going to do to alter your model. Because it's not always going to put a hell of a lot of color down. Sometimes it'll only put a hair, and that's what you're wanting. But like I said, always err on the side of being too thin. That'll help you a lot. If you go in hot, you might be really disappointed from time to time.
Greatsburg said, man, that red is looking so good, and I agree. This is really cool.
Thank you. Yeah. Nailed it. going to give us the perfect dirty red metallic. And remember, you know, we started with silver. You know, I mean, this was all done in basically bolt gun, as if we were painting a piece of, you know, mechanical tank or something. And like I said, you could do this with a tank or with a brush. You didn't have to do it with an airbrush like we did. The airbrush just made the metallics go on a lot quicker. So, which was our key want there at the beginning. Right, so this area where we did the silver, notice this is the first layer that we're putting on it. So it's going to be very, very bright. And we may have to hit these silver areas a couple of times with a couple of layers of the red to really get them to take the tint and not be just, you know, barely tinted silver. But see how that does? That really brightens up that face, but still we'll be able to pull it down into the red range that we're using.
How do you avoid... oh, I lost it. How do you avoid buildup in the crevices?
Well, it's going to, but it's very, very thin. So even when you see buildup, at the thickness that we're running with right now, it's irrelevant. Because when it dries, it's all the medium evaporating out, and it won't give you any added paint thickness, if that's what your worry is. So you don't really have to sweat it at all. Now, if you're working with it very thick medium, it will kind of turn into plastic. It can change some details. Painter Meeple, thank you so much for the host. Welcome, buddy.
What's a meeple?
Welcome, buddy. These little miniatures.
Oh, is that?
We do. They're meeples. Miniature
They
people.
sound like meeples.
Meeples. Right.
Why not just 50-50 mix your base red colors and your metallic paints and then paint on it that way?
Doesn't work, unfortunately. Doesn't work. You'll spend a lot of time blending, and the metallics don't blend very well with your base colors. So, you know, if you mix a metallic and a red, you might get a color that you really like, but then when you go back after it and try to make a lighter color, at some point in time you lose the metallic, and you become opaque color, right? Especially if you have to start using white or bone or ivory in it, right? And when you work it up with these glazes, right, you can control your color. We can go in with a little bit of a purple in our shadows, which I may do, just to bring out some of those shadows with a little bit different color. We can do all sorts of crazy stuff to it at this point. But you never lose that depth, and you never lose the metallic sheen of everything. Right? That it was an error.
Red Baroness, what red did you use to get it from pink to red? Use painting.
They've always been the same red. It's all red RLM. Vallejo Model Air Red RLM. What we did initially is we mixed this with whole red, right? And then we went really, really thin for that initial tint, which made it a little bit too pinkish. It wasn't really pink. It was just so transparent red that it's not, you know, the undertone of our silver was being the strongest thing that you saw. And so it made it look kind of pink, right? Because silver showing through the red will give it that pink tinge. And then we just kept darkening it up, right? We went in and we built in all of our shadows with the whole red, like a mix of about, you know, 75% whole red to 25% red to get those dark areas, and so on. So like this area on the shoulder, right? Started building up from our whole red and then transitioning into where we put that final silver. These areas where we went back and stippled bright silver in, we'll probably want to go back with another layer of the red glaze, but just spot layering on those.
Mathis would like to know how you're going to choose this red.
I would probably do... the metallic undercoat with like a silver undercoat, and then I would airbrush over one of those one of the clear Forge World paints, maybe, if you wanted to do it easily. See, they haven't really done a lot of shading. That's literally just hitting it all with the color and letting the actual light be your shadows. So you could do that with like a paint with a glaze medium and airbrush it would be a good way.
Red Baron said Forge World has a clear airbrush paint called Angron Red. That's really close to that.
Yeah, I've got Angron Red. That's what I'm thinking that you could probably do is spray Angron Red over the metallics. I haven't used any of their clears yet, but that's how they get that effect on their own models. If you watch their channel, they've said that.
We got about 7.5 minutes left.
7 minutes on the auction. 7 minutes. Alright. So that layer of red got us into more of a deep red. And our silver areas still look, you know, like it was actually, you know, it gives you that burnished feel with the silver popping through. Okay, so another reason why we don't just mix the metallics in is that, like I said, at some point in time, your metallics get overweighted by the color that you're mixing with them. And so you wouldn't achieve this same look. Like, you know, all of these panels have been beaten to death, right? And so the red is starting to wear on them. You'd have to go back and paint that battle damage in as opposed to just getting it like we're getting it here. And because we've gone in and painted shadows in there, you know, like closing up this thigh area with the dark recesses and the mid-tones, and then finally stippling in that silver on it. So it just gives you a totally different effect. If you wanted to blend metallics, or if you wanted to, like I said, you could spray the red metallic that they give you, right? Like Signal Red from Vallejo. I don't like it. I just don't feel like it has any depth. And then once you spray it, what do? Because if you want to start mixing this up to a lighter color, you lose the depth of the metallic very quickly with it. And so then your highlights look like normal highlights that hide metallic paint. And that doesn't work real well. You want to make sure that your highlights retain metallic texture to them as well. So I'm just not a fan of that. You find that in military modeling, people will spray, like the bottom side of a plane, they'll spray it with like 4 different kinds of silvers. You know, silvers like aluminum and steel and, you know, silver and whatever other colors they've got. And they just layer those and they will underpaint them with shading to get that oily effect, as opposed to ever mixing them, right? Because they just don't mix well. Metallics aren't known for their ability to mix with non-metallics and give you any color buildup that you want. You might get that one tone, but then when you have to shade down from it or when you have to highlight up from it, you're not going to be happy with the texture of paint that you get because you're having to mix in too much opaque paint into metallics, right? Whereas here, we've got metallic feel throughout all the depth of our paint. Even in our deepest recesses, because of the way that we've been doing it, you've still got metallics all throughout our shadow areas because it's so thin, right? And right now we're just still really wet in our recesses because of the glaze medium buildup there. But you can see where it dries that it's not even noticeable. Somebody was asking. But you can see like this recess here has dried and there's no paint buildup. So even in these areas that it looks like it is, once it dries, that won't be there.
Chinkusa!
Chen, what's going on, man? Uh-oh, look out. Chen showed up. He's got 4 minutes to snipe the auction. Somebody was saying, better watch out. Chen will hear you.
4 minutes left.
So even the underside here is still metallic, right? All of that is still got the metallic fleck in it. And the shadowed areas of the thigh is still all metallic sheen, right? It still gives that gleam. It's just that we've knocked it down so much with the dark reds, right, that it won't be as bright as, say, here, as you can tell. So it's just a different effect. I likes it a lot. Gives us that blood red armor, but in a totally different feel than, say, here, right, where we painted it with our inexpensive paints that are, you know, still very glossy, right, or here, where we painted it with our normal workup of reds, right? So all 3 of these give you completely different ways to paint the same thing, right? All of these are red armor with gold trim. Our golds we've done different because this model is kind of an exception because we used it as painting inexpensive paint. So it's just done with a different brand of paint, right? But the way that we did the golds was a little bit different. We did burnt umber as a base for our gold. And then the gold just happened to let a lot of those umbers show through. So it looked really good the way it was. But all these paints have a real bright sheen to them. Whereas here is our standard workup the way we would do it with Hull Red and red just from Vallejo and just brush blending. So, you know, this is the way that you'll see me do reds most of the time, right? but it doesn't have any metallic nature to it. It's just painted metal, right? As opposed to the gold is metallic. That's that true metallic gold from Mr. Model that we used on this guy, right? So that has one depth to it. And then you bring in something like this, and once we get the golds layered over this, I think you guys will really be stoked at the way this plays off of the rest of the model versus the other two. And they're all just variations on a theme. What I didn't want to do was have all of these models. I wanted them all to look like they were almost painted by different people, was the goal going in. So you had 4 models at the end of the day that are going to look drastically different, because it's the board game Gore Chosen is 4 players against each other. Each one of these models exists as its own character, so I wanted to give them just kind of a flavorful character, each and of their own. But it also allowed us to do some really cool tutorials with, like this guy, how to do chipping on flesh to get a really cool kind of dried mud effect on the flesh, and that turned out really nice. So we've used each of the models as an excuse to show some really cool methods of painting. But at the end of the day, they also give you some really cool transitions and different ways to achieve kind of the same deal. And maybe you want to do, a Khorne Berserker army or a Khorne Demonkin army or something, and you just don't want your reds to look like everybody else's reds. This would be a great way to do that. You can do this with any color. Somebody asked earlier if they could do yellow. You could definitely do yellow this exact same way. My normal yellows just work up like this, right? Because I was going for painted yellows on my Imperial Fists that we were doing on stream. Right, so this is just standard stuff, and we made this look metallic by doing all the non-metallic metals and glazing with our blacks. So that's a good way to get it, right? But it's non-metallic metal. Right? This is true metallic. What's that?
I'm just watching all this.
What are they doing?
All the bids.
What?
They're going back and forth.
LT? Scybound? LT? Scybound? LT? The snipe race is on. Holy crap, this is legit, guys.
It makes me so tense and excited.
Holy crap balls.
There's only a minute. I can't do eBay because of this.
There's only a minute. Chen comes in and tries to build $1 million. Didn't work, man. Sai has it unless you get silly. Yeah, remember. Don't mortgage the house on this. Don't sell the kids for a box of Space Marines, right?
Make sure you keep enough money around to feed that cute puppy.
Oh, that puppy is ridiculously so cute. Holy balls, right?
So cute. Auction closing in 30 seconds. They are expensive. All the food they eat, and replacing all the things they chew up.
Really like the way his face turned out. What do I think? Austerity's sake. I need to get him a little silver.
3, 2, 1.
Scybound! Congrats!
Yay!
Throw up some hype in chat for Scybound. Won himself Space Marine Strike Force Ultima, which I think will be awesome. I'm jealous, personally. I didn't come far enough over on these teeth. They look kind of weird. It looked like he had a kind of a weird mustache going there. So I'm gonna bring these teeth off. Highlight them over here on the sides a little bit. Alright. Let that paint dry while we set that out. Congrats again, Scybound.
Yay.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. And congrats to you guys.
Happy dance.
But wait, that's not all. Don't act yet, because we're going to do a keyword raffle and give away some Space Marine characters. Alright, so let's do a keyword raffle. And this one is going to be... what's the keyword? The keyword is gonna be...
Thank you all at DVD for letting me win.
Yep, Gabe, we've got a sprue here that is the Commander sprue. Where's the sprue? We've got the sprue out of Betrayal at Calth. Right, so we're giving away this. It is the Betrayal at Calth character sprue. So it has a Terminator captain and a standard Space Marine captain or I think he's actually got a Crozius. So yeah, the one dude's got a Crozius. So he's like a chaplain, or it was Word Bearers and Ultramarine. So it would be a chaplain or a dark apostle, right? So, but yeah, that's the full sprue with all the weapons and the whole nine. They're not highly posable, but they're bitchin' characters.
Episode of the chaplain.
Yeah, chaplain or a dark apostle. I don't know if it was technically dark apostles by that point yet, but. So the keyword will be...
How do you spell that?
Nuts. It'll be nuts. Raffle item is... SM character sprue. And this is free for everybody to enter. You don't have to spend any slow bucks.
Yay!
You can only enter. You can only enter one time, but everybody is available to get it. So let's do it now. There you go. We're going to run this one for 5 minutes. So you got 5 minutes to get in on this one. Free stuffs in 5 minutes. So don't sleep. Character sprue, mailed to your door, anywhere in the world, free to you. You don't got to pay shipping or nothing. Nothing, I tell ya.
Nothing, honey.
See how many people we can get in. We need to set some records here with people entering this damn thing, is what I say. Because we've got over 100 people sitting in here, and somehow we only ever get like 30 people that want free stuff. I never understand.
How is that possible?
I don't even understand you.
Free stuff is the best.
Free stuff is the best. It's always like 38 people. It's the same 38 people. So nuts with a capital N. You got it, man. You got it, man. All right. So I'm really happy with the armor as it sits.
Memphis said, I think if there's one thing we can all agree on, it's that if I don't win the raffle, then it's clearly rigged.
I think everybody has that same story, though, is the problem, right? Alright, I am going to, while this is drying, I'm going to start cutting in gold stuff, is what I'm going to do. Oh, wait, I got to do a little bit of red. Hopefully we got a little bit of red left here. All right. Yep, we got a little bit of red left. I need to hit those teeth that I added. These eyebrows into cheeks again. These areas that we came back to, we don't want the silver to be the predominant color. So I'm just coming back with solid red, and I will stipple solid red in on some of these. The solid red glaze, that is. Okay. In areas even like here. Somebody asking me a question?
Yori!
What's up,
Hey,
Yori?
Yori?
I'm just going back and layering a little bit more over those areas that I came back and put just the silver on. Right? It won't darken them up too much, but it'll help knock them down to where it's not just, silver. Because that silver tends to poke through pretty bright the first time you glaze it. We're just going through and making sure that it's sunk down amongst the colors around it a little bit better.
Auction's over, Yori, but we're doing a keyword raffle right now.
Yep. Keyword is nuts.
Cost 0 Slowbucks. Get in on it.
Space Marine character sprue.
For the good auction.
Oh, holy hell it was.
Good stuff.
A lot of slow bucks that went into that one. That's awesome.
Nice way to start your weekend. Win something cool.
Yeah, it's a big ass box too.
Yeah, it is.
When it shows up on your door, you're gonna be like, woohoo! Woohoo!
Now, just like that.
Right. Bingo. That did it exactly the way we needed it. Just calm a little bit of those silver areas down, but they still are the brightest areas, see? But we calm them down and make them a little bit more red, so they don't pop out as being strictly silver. So shoulder, cuff, face, but see how now they're squarely in the red arena, right? Look at that face. So everything winds up getting knocked down into the reds that we want. We still got good depth, great shading. Once all that stuff dries, we will love it. Throw a little air at it.
Majin Milo? I'm sorry if I said that wrong, but Majin Milo said
Majin
hello.
Milo. Hello, you're new here. Never painted a mini before, but you're about to. Fantastic, man. I'd love to hear it. Outside drying your primer. Fantastic. What miniature is it?
Yeah, what are you painting?
We do all sorts of miniature paint here.
Gabriel said also, welcome to our plastic crack den.
Yeah, right? The first one's always free.
Oh, hey, Majin, type in exclamation point nuts if you haven't already.
Yep,
You win
exclamation
something
point
cool.
nuts. You got
5 seconds.
5 seconds. That's going to be a close one. And it's over.
Done. Hey, the 41.
It's over. We beat our 38 usually.
More.
Alright, let's see what we got here. Let's put up the freaking thing on here. Alright, we're drawing a winner. The winner for the Space Marine
Way to
Characters
have a
group
drum roll.
is... Yeah, drum roll. The Naked Puzzle Basement! Uncle Touchy and his naked puzzle... Knuckle, look at English, it's hard. Naked Puzzle Basement, congrats! Congrats! Type it up for Naked Puzzle Basement. Type it up for Naked Puzzle Basement. You make notes on this?
Oh. No.
Yeah, naked and side down. So Naked won himself a so Sidebound and Naked Puzzle Basement. Make sure that you message me either on Twitch or on Facebook so that I have your mailing stuff, or I will get in touch with you. So congrats, Naked Puzzle Basement. You get a complete Space Marine Characters group. Fantastic! What else do we got that we can give away? Let's do another one.
Yeah,
I'm feeling nuts. Let's give something else away. What do you guys want? I got shit everywhere.
But you shouldn't call it shit because people are not going to want to win that.
No, it's all really neat stuff.
It's good stuff.
It's all very, very neat stuff, actually.
What you want? What you looking for?
It's very, very neat stuff. What do we have? Got all sorts of stuff. Let's do some War Machine. Hang on. I'm going to get up and go check stock. See what we got. We're going to do something cool. Let's do something cool. Let's end the night with a big one. A big free one. What's that? I like the idea. Move, Mr. Green Wall of Doom. I have no time for you.
DBD said not GW. Memnor said fantasy. JP Gray said AdMech. I don't know what that means.
We don't have any.
Vishina said I wouldn't mind a Celestant Prime.
Hey, somebody likes us.
I don't know what that is. Hoodsgate? Hoodsgate? Or I think that's an H. I can't read. Yeah, Hoodsgate. Welcome! Thank you for following. Let's see what else we got. Mepha said you can win a literal turd from Slowfuse in the next raffle. Ramar Citadel Shade set. Private Snafu said brushes. Grey Dyer said fantasy. Sidebound War Machine. Gabriel paints.
Show him that.
How about this?
How about some
Backwards. I can here. Let me put it down on the table.
That's a Troll Blood starter box.
What's that? What you think?
How about this? How about the Horde's 2-player battle axe? That way you can get somebody into it.
Maybe that.
How about that?
Oh, well, welcome, Hoodsgate. Came from Kenny's channel.
Hey, Hoods!
Kenny is the man.
He was until he decided to only flex for you.
Well, you know.
Alright, so you got your choice. We'll just do it
Gear to
viewer's
be
choice.
flexed for you.
How about we do it viewer's choice? You can either, if you're already into War Machine and Hordes, you can have a Troll Bloods Battle Group starter box, or if you're not into Hordes, you get the 2-player battle box. How about that? Right? So either way, you get big-ass miniatures.
Oh, so whoever wins just gets to pick one of those.
Yeah, whoever wins gets to pick one. So if you're already a War Machine Hordes player, then you can have the Trolls, or you can have the 2-player battle box, if that's the thing you want. How about that? So let's do it.
Beijing is painting a Frostgrave Cult Thief.
Frostgrave Cult Thief. I have not painted any Frostgrave. That's awesome.
You didn't miss the giveaway, Hoodsgate. We're about to start it. Just in time.
Alright. Here we go. It is, the raffle item is a viewer's...
You'll enter by putting in an exclamation
Choice.
point and then whatever the command is that he
Hordes box.
tells.
Right.
That's all you gotta do.
Viewer's choice Hordes box. And go.
What are they typing in?
More!
Exclamation point, more.
More! And it's 5 minutes.
Type it in.
You got 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Exclamation point, more.
More.
Gets you
With a capital
enter.
M.
Capital M.
Make sure it has El Capital M-O on it, right? Alright.
JP, your wife will kill you if you win, but you're winning it for something for free.
I was gonna say, why is
Why
that?
would
Because
she
it's
be mad
another
about
game.
free?
Because
Yeah.
it's another game that he's got to get
No.
into. Sanisar, thank you so much for the follow. That's why, because it's another game he's got to get into. I see.
Sanisar, enter in this raffle.
Yep, definitely. You're just walking in. Make sure you jump in
Get
on
in
this
on
raffle.
it. Get in on it.
Make sure.
Yeah, we would like more than 41 people. We're at 41 now. Who else is gonna try and get something for free?
Alright. And I'm going to start basing in some...
42.
Some... burnt umber? No. Golden brown.
Hey, somebody likes us.
Golden brown.
Fusion?
Meijino! Or Meijin Milo! Meijin Milo!
Can I
We're
call
gonna
you Milo? I like Milo.
I'm going to call you Milo. Welcome. Thanks for the follow, man. Glad you're getting into mini painting. That's awesome. Super awesome. Wow. I dig it. Alright, we're going to base...
I am new to painting as well.
Yeah, Jen
So-
has been painting.
We're in this together.
We go in with some golden brown to base for our golds.
Hey, Hostinator, that looks actually really nice.
What's that?
The only thing Hostinator's ever want on Twitch is a keyboard. Like a mechanical or gaming keyboard. Yeah.
What do you mean, Chin, you're not a prize? What does that mean? Why would I give you away as a prize? I like you. I might ship you clear across the world to some place you don't like. Did I misread that? Chin just say he's not a prize?
Yeah, I don't.
I'm not giving Chen away, so no. Whoever asked if Chen could be a prize, no. Chen stays. Chen's not for sale.
The dude is painting 20 Blood Reavers right now.
Nice! It's a lot, but nice.
He's the dude, so he can handle it.
You can handle it. A lot of this red is going to have a very different feel and look. Look at that. Look how much different the plate looks next to the golden brown already than sitting next to the cool silver. So the red itself, visually to the eye, is going to start drawing all of the shadow in to be a lot more drastic once we start putting the gold next to it. So, again, I've been doing this so long that the vision of what it's going to become is what drives me as opposed to what I'm looking at any given time. So if you're new and you're trying to, copy some of these effects that we do on stream, just make sure that you realize that I always say patience is one of the best things. And patience in your own work will help a lot because you might have an effect that you don't like at all at first, but if you work it all the way through to completion, you might be really surprised. You guys all got really bummed out at me when I started glazing that Kingdom Death model red, and then when it was done, what was everybody saying? Everybody's like, oh my God.
Neo, quick, type in exclamation point more and you could win something. We're doing a keyword raffle right now, so you made it back just in time.
Good God, it's a good thing I don't let her run the raffle. She just give away the house.
I just want people to have a chance to win.
I'm kidding you.
How many Slovaks for the grumpy guy? What paint? Like, how much would you have to bid to get him? What are you talking about?
When did I get to be grumpy? I'm usually pretty cool. At least if I think so.
Tomcat currently blocking in and washing 180 orcs.
Whoa!
About 140 done so far. Been going for a few weeks. Needless to say, I'm tired of seeing green.
Yeah, right? Holy balls, man. You have got it. That's rough stuff right there, buddy. Orcs and any kind of horde army give me the chills. Because it's like, oh, God, how long is that going to take? How many years of my life down the tubes painting orcs?
Hey, Milo, we also have a work in progress gallery on slowfusegaming.com, and if you take pictures as you paint,
Yep.
take pictures as you go, post them up there, and then that's a way you can win Slowbucks. Because the people vote on the work in progress that they like, and whoever gets the most vote wins Slowbucks.
And make sure if you're a new painter to put that. This is the
definitely.
first model I've ever painted on there because our whole community loves that. We have had people win our WIP Wednesday. Every Wednesday we take the photo that's on the WIP gallery that has the most upvotes, and we give those people Slowbucks. And in the case of, I think twice already, we've had the person that won be the person that was like, this is the first model I've painted in 10 years, with some punk, and I can't remember who the other one was, but it was literally their first model. And so it's not about like how good you think your model looks. It's the story that you're telling, man. The fact that you're joining our hobby is enough sometimes to get everybody rallying around you, and that's why this community is so freaking awesome, man. Absolutely great stuff goes on here with the support. And don't ever worry, there's no downvote, there's no thumbs down, there's no comments sections, nobody can be mean to you. I know some people don't like to post their stuff out there to be critiqued on the internet, but here you don't have to worry about it. Nobody's going to be mean to you here. If they are, I'll kick them out myself. Actually, I won't even have to, Jen.
Yeah.
She doesn't stand for that bullying shit.
No monkey business around here.
No monkey, well, does he have a guy named Monkey? And then today there was another guy, Monkey something. Right? Now look at how our red starts feeling completely different as it's no longer sitting around silver.
Oh, wow, look at that. Oh, that looks so good.
Right? So like I said, as I'm painting, I know what's going to happen, right? Because I know the vision of the model already, and I also have done this a lot of times, so I've seen, okay, so the red next to cool color doesn't look as hot as you really want it to, right? But once you get it next to another color in like this range, it starts to look completely different. So you also have to be careful when you're painting. I always tell you guys, don't highlight up to your final highlight until you have all your base coats done. Try not to finish any one part of the model before you have all the color that you want on the model, because you could wind up with a color not looking as good, if you put it next to black primer because the area next to it hadn't been painted yet, and then when you paint that area that had black primer, you paint it blue, well, the color you put on it the first time won't look the same at all. Your eyes start playing tricks on you. My mom's playing tricks on me. Hey, homie.
Chance, draw.
Oh, a wiener. I have to draw a wiener? A wiener looks like that. Wait a minute.
I know what a wiener looks like.
This is not that kind of channel. Banned from Twitch.
It really is.
Banned from
Twitch.
We do like
we
do like corny dick jokes, so
okay,
whatever.
Hold on, drum roll.
Hang on, I gotta get it on here. Alright, I gotta get it on. Alright, drum roll. Oberon 086. Oberon.
It's a choice.
Oberon is a pro lurker, by the way. He's been a member of the stream since July, right? Congrats, Oberon. You gotta pick. What do you want?
What do you want?
What would you like?
Which one do you want?
What would you like, Oberon? Flipia, would a white base or yellow base work for glazing technique like this? Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, Flip asked a question. What other base color would it?
Any base color works well for glazing. It's just the overall effect you're going to look. If you glaze over dark base colors, then obviously the glaze can't have as much effect because it's very thin, so you're not going to build up enough pigment. All it will do is tint the shadows. but that can be really, really cool. So like if you can, you know, like on our black, right? I mean, we go through on black and do this. So we glazed black with blue on this, right? And so the blue isn't going to make the black turn blue. It's just going to give it a little bit of a blue sheen so that it looked like, you know, cold iron, right, on our metals. That's all we were going for. So, you know, a glazing over, a light glaze over a dark will give it just a nice tint to it that can give you a really cool effect. Whereas, you know, a bright color over another bright color can do some really crazy stuff. So we were going for a need for metallics and how to do a really cool red metallic. And so we started with silver as our base and just obviously, as you've watched me, worked it up with the reds so that we could get that kind of bloody metal going. And it's going to look really cool once everything else is painted, you know. It already looks cool. But yeah, definitely, Red Baron. That is, I work up all of my blacks basically the same way, unless there's a special thing going on. And if you watch any of my past VODs, you can see that, or you'll see me do it again a lot. All of my Imperial Fists are done the same way. This test model that I'm working up for the Imperial Fist, these black metal sheens that I'm doing, I basically start with a black primer, obviously, and then I go through and airbrush my highlights with black gray, gray, light gray, and then white. And then I knock it all, I take it up too bright, right? I make it to where it's almost like it's supposed to be bright gray. And then I knock it back with Nuln Oil so that it dumps all those highlights back down into the range of black. And then I come in and I glaze grays and whites back into the highlight areas so that you get this effect. So it gives it a real depth to the metal, right? So this black metallic looks awesome because it isn't just, you know, one-dimensional. All of the grays tend to fade into the blacks really, really nice because I worked them up from there not really being any black on this model, and the Nuln Oil put it all back down in the black range. Now, I did also glaze it with black paint at some point in time, but, you know, you can play with it. You could glaze this back with blue and get that cold iron effect. So it's, you know, you can play with it and you can change what you glaze at each stage. You could glaze this with reds. You could glaze it, you know, you can do anything you want to it. Right? I mean, hell, I use glazes on everything. On my yellow, I achieve all my shadows with glazes of golden brown and red and orange rust. So, you know, that's how I get my yellows to look dirty but not, you know, overly so. So all of my panel lines are glazed in. You know, all of this is done with glazing. This arm, all of that on the yellows, and same for all the blacks. But again, it's a technique that requires you to have the forethought and patience to realize what it's going to wind up looking like as opposed to what it looks like right now. Because glazing doesn't always look great right now, you know. It's something that it looks funky, 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 perfect. It's kind of the way it works, right? It's really weird. You know, our chick that we just did the glazing so that we had the lighting effect, right? She looked awesome, and then, you know, but then I started doing the highlights, and the highlights looked a little out of place because the highlights on the skin were real bright as opposed to the standard highlights for this dark of a skin. You know, we've got an African skin tone here, but I took the highlights up to like a tan flesh, and everybody was like, "Oh, it looks really good, but it's a little bright." And I said, "Wait, we're not where we're going yet. You know, just give it time. You got to be able to see what it's going to wind up as." And then when I started slopping red glaze over this whole model, just like we did with the corn model, everybody was like, "Oh, you just fucked that model up. That's horrible." And then you keep glazing and you keep working and you keep brightening things up and highlighting, and by the end of it, you've got this. And you can't argue that, I mean, it looks like the lighting effect we were going for. You know? You may not be accustomed to the colors or anything, but it's spot on what we were going for. And we knocked, I mean, we literally could have dipped her in red glaze at the point where that happened, and everybody just freaked out. They were all like, "Oh my god, you just ruined that model."
Milo was
nice,
asking, and a few people answered it just for your input as well. How long do I have to leave the primer before I can start painting?
Yeah, it depends on the primer. What primer are you using?
Rattle can, and it's on metal.
Rattle can primer on metal, generally, if it's dry to the touch, you're good to go. Sometimes on metal models, I like to let them cure overnight. just because you want that primer to give you a really solid wrap. What a primer does on a metal model is basically give it a second skin of poly coating, basically like a plastic skin. And the longer you let it cure on the metal, the better off you're going to be, so that when you touch the model, it doesn't knock off on the sharp points. You're always going to lose primer on metal models. It's a pain in the ass. But anytime you rub like a sharp corner of a gun or something, it probably will rub the primer off. So you're just going to have to handle the model carefully, things like that. But I would say when it's dry, you can start painting if you're anxious to get going. If you can afford to let it, sit overnight, then you can do that too. But I always go straight away. Like I literally, like I would sit here and airbrush my primer on, and then use the air from the airbrush only, and dry it all, and then start painting. So,
yes, Oberon, I see the message you just sent him, and yes.
Oh, cool. Yeah, you can send me a message, Oberon. Don't whisper it, because sometimes the whispers get lost in the system. I've had it to where, for some reason, I open up my Twitch, and there's no whispers. So just go into the messaging system on Twitch, and send me a mail that way, if you would.
And congratulations.
And congrats on the win, man. Congrats. A 2-player box set. I love it. Nice. We gave away a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
I like that. I likes that. Fridays have been big. We've been going absolutely nuts on Fridays, right? You guys have been just fantastic. Just absolutely blowing it out of the water with the critical mass, and we have no problem in the world giving back. That's what it's all about. You guys keep us alive and support us through what we love to do on the stream here, and we like to have more and more people get involved in different games and things like that. We've given Malifaux to people that don't play Malifaux, and they've gotten excited about it. That just happened again the other day, right? Pixie and Shogoth won Malifaux, and they're going to do the 2-player starter set so that they can learn that. I just am so stoked. Even if you've been playing 40K forever, man, there's some awesome games out there. And if we can get into them, or if we can help you build your 40K collection, I'm a fan. I'm a fan. All right, now we're basing this for gold, and you might say, why in the world are you basing for gold? Because I plan to put my gold on fairly thin, rather than my normal style of just, going in. I would just normally paint this with gold first. But I plan on going pretty thin with the gold, and then going back and doing some layering with umbers and more of the yellow browns and things like that, so that we retain the metallic, but not like super artificial metallic like the gold paint can be sometimes.
Death and Knockin', are you leaving? If so, have a good weekend. Thanks for hanging out with us.
Thanks, Death. Mucho appreciado.
Epic night. What an epic night.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you hanging out with us, spending Friday or Saturday or whatever it is for you. I never know anymore. What is it on your part of the world? He's like, I live in Arizona too. Then it's Friday night. But on the glazings, you guys can glaze anything, and it's just a matter of getting a feel for it. I've been doing it so long that it becomes second nature for laying a glaze over any number of colors. And I don't always know what's going to happen, but I do know how to control a glaze so that I'm not afraid if something, quote unquote, screws up, that I can fix it, because the key to glazing, and what I always tell you is so kind of fun and safe about it, is you can always fix it, right? It's so thin that you're never piling or glomming a whole lot of paint on the model, which allows you to have some creative flexibility as well as peace of mind that, oh my god, that area didn't look anything like I wanted it to, or that color didn't glaze over that anything like I wanted it to. I thought purple over green was going to look good, that looks like ass. And you can just say, okay, well, I'll go back with something else. Whereas if you paint that, you might have to strip it back down because your paint's too thick or whatever. And with glazing, you don't have that. That's why it's so great for skin tones. The skin tones, as you work your highlights and your shades up and back and forth, you can build up so much paint if you don't use a glazing technique that before long you've added texture to the skin that wasn't supposed to be there. Like on these Kingdom Death models, they're all smooth-skinned women. You know, if I had a bunch of paint, let the paint pile up as I go back and forth shading and highlighting, I'm going to wind up with texture on them that is going to be completely built. Which might not have been the case if it was like a barbarian model. I might not have cared. A little bit of texture on the skin would be a good thing. Make it look weathered. Code hard, put away wet. Not what the Kingdom Death girls want.
Got Milo and Diablos both coming to us from the future.
Oh gosh.
Milo's in Australia where it's Saturday afternoon. Diablos. That seems
Well, I'm jealous of the Australia thing because we were told yesterday that they have, what was it? Jetpacks? And we didn't get jetpacks.
Yes.
Somebody said, well, coming from the future, I can tell you that yes, we do get jetpacks. They're lying. They're either lying or it's more fun in Australia. Either one. They can both be true, actually. I was all excited to wake up like Christmas morning this morning and like find a jetpack in the mail or something. You know what's funny is that when I woke up, it was really funny. Had I been thinking about this at that point in time, I woke up and came into the kitchen. She had already gone on her walk, and the UPS guy had dropped off the boxes. One of which was the Space Marine Battle Force that we just gave away, and all of that. So these big boxes are on the floor, right? We got
the jetpack. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's just,
your jetpack has arrived.
The jetpack. That's freaking great.
Yeah, I opened the door at like 7 a.m. and there's 2 giant boxes sitting out there. We must have missed it yesterday.
Really? No.
Oh, I don't think we checked last night. They wouldn't have delivered it before 7 a.m.
Donate $5 to the cause, and maybe it'll make you feel
better. Thank you so much, Dad. So much appreciated. Enjoy those slow bucks. Save them up. We got good stuff on the horizon for giveaways. We got to figure out what we're going to start next week with. That was quick. I don't know that we were prepared for having another giveaway so quick. I got to figure this out. Damn it. You guys are keeping me on my toes. Also, gang, one thing we got to figure out is that we're excited because next Friday our tutorials start through November and December, working our way up into Christmas, doing a custom model for the stream. What did he say?
Just getting started. Party on, Slow Fuse.
Nice.
The total still ends in 1 cent. Yes, it does.
But we've got to come up with what that thing we want to sculpt is, because starting next Friday, all of our tutorials for the next month or so are going to be on sculpting and different things. Next Friday is going to be focused on building an armature. Probably, I don't know if we'll get much further than building the armature, because there's a lot that we can talk about in 3 hours on that. And then, of course, we'll be building an armature. But we've got to figure out what we want to sculpt. Right? You guys get to pick, along with me. You don't just get to flat out pick, but you're going to pick, along with me and Jen and everybody else, what we want to sculpt. And we are going to do a custom sculpt for the stream that at the end of the day, I'm hoping, I don't promise this, but I'm hoping we can find somebody that wants to mold it up, and we can do a short run of miniatures out of it.
Somebody likes us.
Boomer!
Boomer! Great name, welcome! I would love to have a model made, our stream model, and then we can have it for raffling off. We can send it out to some of the other painters to paint, things like that. We do a short run, limited edition kind of a thing, but I don't guarantee that happens, because finding a company that will actually do that at any kind of reasonable price might be harder than I think. I know it's harder than I think. I've been trying to get in touch with a guy who's so booked up right now with all these crazy Kickstarters going on that I don't even know that I can find anybody that would do it for us within the time allotment that we really want. But worst case scenario, we wind up with a custom sculpted model. If you guys are interested in sculpting, you're going to get a lot of really good info. And at the end of the day, we'll have one that we can paint and raffle on.
JP Gray said 72mm Tech Priest.
Well, it's going to be in like the 75mm range. That's what we want to go for. So it's kind of a, it's a super heroic scale, single bust kind of a deal. I don't want to do 28mm, run-of-the-mill miniatures. I want to make this something cool. It doesn't mean that it couldn't be like a monstrous creature as well, but...
TBD said sculpt a human chibi model for upcoming Blood Bowl.
Okay.
Make a Puzzle Basement said sculpt the Macho Man.
Yeah, he wants the Macho Man Randy Savage wrestling Night Titan for
that's
his
awesome.
thing that they keep saying that we're going to be doing this. And I keep telling Kenny, you gotta let me know what's going on with this. It sounds like it's a real deal, and yet nobody's giving me any info on it. You know, do I need to be prepped for this? Is it just gonna get dropped in my lap one day? I want to stay away from like a tech priest or a space marine. I would like to do something that's kind of custom to our channel. Not that that couldn't be custom to our channel, but you know, if we come up with our own character or we come up with our own, you know, rendition of something.
I vote for a unicorn.
A unicorn. Okay. Yeah, a vote for a unicorn. Doing a horse would be kind of fun. That'd be a big armature. That would be fun.
Milo said the future doesn't have jetpack. Sorry, but he said I could use my new Apple time travel to go. Time travel to go and grab one.
Nice.
So that's a thing.
There's time travel.
Oh, and Cybound said Micho does some good mold making.
Micho doesn't do 2-part molds. At least not that I've seen him do. And using his techniques and stuff, he doesn't have the knowledge to cut a model apart and create sprues. What we would need is somebody that would be willing to do the sprue making and all of the parting line work and all of that. I mean, I can cut it. I understand how to do all that stuff, but then I would have to get with them and spend the time. It's much easier in most cases to have the person that has the model making material, the casting material, to go ahead and cut the model and create the sprue on their own, because they know how their machinery works. They know how their cast is going to fill with resin. They know how, whatever, if they're running centrifugal, if they're running just a standard top-down pour method, whatever it is they're doing, usually they're going to want to cut the model up, and I would prefer to let them. That's my point.
Kylix would like to know what box set these Chaos guys are from.
These are from the Gore Chosen set. It is a standalone game, like Games Workshop is doing lately. I say standalone. It is a game that you play with 1 to 3 of your friends. You can have up to 4 of these guys all battling it out in a standalone game. They are also characters for, I think, the Silver Tower, and I think they also are in just Age of Sigmar as well. They are like a Slaughter Priest and, your standard Khorne baddies. But Kenny and I are painting them up out of the Gore Chosen set, and that's the set that we will be raffling off. Kenny is doing a top donor giveaway on his stream on the 14th of November, which his Gore Chosen will all go to whoever the top donor of the day is on that. And then we will probably be we'll probably be raffling them off as part of a Critical Mass, our standard giveaway process. We'll throw them into Critical Mass, and at the end of the day, it will be a viewer raffle for these so that everybody has an opportunity to get it. We did an auction on the Space Marine Strike Force Ultima today. That went really well. It was a lot of fun. But every now and then we like to open it up to where everybody, not even those, not just those people who have a lot of slow bucks in their auction wallet ready to go. So we would just have it be tickets.
All right, we got a lot of suggestions here.
All right.
But first, we have to say goodnight to Red Baron.
Red Baron, you out of here?
Good weekend. Yeah, I said it's 1 a.m. Need sleep.
All right, man. Thanks for stopping by.
Here we go. Skybound said a Team Gen Commissar. I don't know what that means.
Okay.
But it's got my name in it, so it's
Commissar.
Probably cool.
Commissar with some cool Team Gen accoutrement.
Mathis votes for a snail in power armor. Think Earthworm Jim.
Ooh.
Mastermind said a dreadnought snail.
A dread snail.
We're
talking.
The dude said a giant monstrous snail.
I like the snail thing you guys are on. I'm digging that.
Grumpy Gobo said a snail unicorn.
Hybrid. Team Jason Jin.
Team J. Gabriel said bomb snail space marine chapter.
Oh my god, we need to make our own Space Marine chapters, and I have the Ring Prospero coming. We'll just build them.
DBD said you can sculpt a bomb snail and or unicorn trophy cup for Blood Bowl. Deathanokin likes the Gen Commissar.
Good freaking idea.
Deathar, a mad bomber riding on the back of a snail. Think Marvel Green Goblin throwing pumpkin bombs.
Oh my god. These are great. That's too many though. Now what?
Oh, now what am I looking at, JP? I don't know what this is.
Is it naked?
No.
Oh.
It's scary.
Scary. Oh, that's the thing from God, why can't I remember this movie name? It always stumps me. It's a movie.
Oh, is it a Guillermo del Toro?
Yeah, Guillermo del Toro. It's the,
Angel of Death.
Yeah, but it's the really good Spanish World War II. Dang it.
Pan's Labyrinth.
Pan's Labyrinth. Such a good movie. Such a good
Snail Unicorn is good.
Oh, we could do like a hybrid snail unicorn. Right? Like a monstrous snail with a big horn coming out the top of its head. I gotta think about how to build a snail armature. A big damn armature for the shell. I like the battle armor dreadnought snail kind of feel thing, or maybe it's a snail tank kind of a thing. I can't get too out of hand, otherwise this will take months. I still have commission work to do, so we gotta keep it sort of in the realm of reasonable thought.
Logan Grimgar conversion with snails instead of wolves.
Ah,
Flail Snail from Monster Manual 2.
flail snail, holy ball sacks! That's some old D&D stuff right
What
there.
does it say from AD&D?
Yeah.
Snail armature is easy, the shell is a spiral.
I'm just saying from the standpoint of that's a lot of clay, so the armature would have to be worked up pretty to keep it all held together. Not undoable though, or not impossible by any means. Man, we got great ideas.
Good ideas.
That gets my freaking brain going in overdrive.
How much you got left tonight?
I'm just gonna do this gold. I'm just gonna base this, base the brown, and then call it a night.
It goes to my bedtime.
What time is it?
10.
Holy macaroni!
It's such a good night. I love
Fridays are always freaking great. We have a lot of
best.
fun doing the night crown. We have a lot of fun every day, but
yeah,
Fridays are
every
always
day
great.
is good. This is really the best. Like the best part of my day is seeing you.
Yeah, I think that's why Fridays work so well, because she's here from the beginning. Although we got 3 days this week, didn't we? That you were here from the beginning?
Yeah.
3.
Is it cheated a little? Cheated a little on my work.
We're working really hard to find a way to have Jen here full time. So
You missed me saying though that the best part of my day is when I get to see you. When
Me?
I wake
Thank you,
up,
honey.
you, and then the second best part of my day is this.
Yeah.
I love it. It's so fun.
I
Snails
agree.
have a lot of different shells. It could be a spiral cone as well instead of a traditional garden snail. That would look better as a head replacement for something in power armor.
Our snail logo, while being very cartoony, could be worked into a lot of things, you know, without it having to be too over the top. Let me think on it. Got a week. Keep coming up with some ideas.
The rocket snail from donation.
The rocket snail. That's pretty funny, actually, isn't it? I love that one.
Oh, what color brown are you using? Are you basting?
Golden brown. It is Vallejo Model Air Golden Brown. The golden brown stays true through most of the model color line, though, so I think you could use regular model color. I paint with the air colors all the time. My preference.
All right, Dathar.
Yada here,
Yeah.
Dathar.
Yep.
Take it easy.
I was looking forward to sculpting.
It'll be great. I'm stoked.
And Gabriel
Everybody's
is
been
super
asking
hyped
for it for
the
so
Monday
long.
Halloween stream. Me too! Yay!
Everybody's been asking for some sculpting for a long time. I figured, well, let's just do one. Let's do one that's custom for the stream. We were doing the other one. I just want to kind of start something that the stream comes up with. We can kind of figure it out as we work.
Mathis said, shouldn't you finish the Salamander Centurion before you take on another project?
Hey, man. When there are projects that aren't for anybody, I got to choose. The Salamander just doesn't have a whole lot of sculpting in it. It does have the cape, and we'll be doing some of that. Trust me, that thing will get done, because I'm really stoked on that model. But people have been asking me about like sculpting from ground up, and so I figured, well, we had a break right now where it would be a good time to introduce that line of thinking, so to speak. And so, you know, I figure that's what we'll do through November on our Fridays. Build an armature next Friday. Maybe during that we'll break off. That's a good idea, actually. Maybe during that we'll break off when we get to, you know, sculpting particular textures, and we'll break the salamander back in so that we can do all of the dragon scales on the cloak that we made. That would work. I like that idea.
Dealer of Death said, yeah, I got all my stuff in to mod my minis for my army. Teach me green stuff, foo.
I realize we will be doing some green stuff. That's probably a good thing. Maybe we just turn this into like a series. Maybe it's not just that we only work on that one thing. Because we are going to want to see some green stuff, which normally when you're working up a single model, there's not going to be a lot of green stuff involved, right? You just don't use much. I'll use some epoxy sculpt, which is, you know, similar, but even then, not a ton. Most of what we do is going to be fake clay, right? Super sculpty, stuff like that. The air cure stuff that we use will be for specific purposes during the course of the build, like securing the armature at the beginning. We might do some detail work with it, but it's a good idea, because what it'll allow us to do is take a break from, say, that model at one point in time for a Friday and just do green stuff work, you know, and just say, okay, here's how you go in and do, you know, add a something or other on your model. Cut a leg off, add a leg. Extend a leg on a Space Marine. Do this, you know. Sculpt a hand out of green stuff and work at 28 millimeter, you know, for more conversion sculpting, I would call it, not full model sculpting. Because that's always super useful to us in this hobby. Because, okay, I really want to change this, but I don't have the bit that works. You know, I don't have a thing in my bit box that fixes this idea I have in my head, but I really like this idea I have in my head. What do I do? And we can help you get there. So I think we might just do this whole kind of sculpting, call it a class for lack of a better word, and we'll just hit on lots of topics. So maybe week to week we come up with what we want the next week to be. Next week is going to be starting general concepts on creating a form in an armature, and then obviously the mechanics of getting the armature built. Because that's one of the hardest things, is to get a set armature that works well, holds clay, and is sturdy enough that you can pose, you know, throughout the course of the build. And so that's what we're going to work on next Friday.
Hey, I just have to tell you, you've been doing a fantastic job of staying in the frame tonight.
Thank you, honey. I've been trying really hard.
I can tell.
It's kind of difficult, but I've said here is like the column where I can work.
Oh.
And I'm trying to keep my hand
like
there and just not, you know, not drift from that area. I'm trying.
You're doing good.
It's like the thing I do the worst.
Did you put a mark on your paper or something?
No.
Oh, you just know.
Yeah. And just as I've been looking up there and saying, you know, showing people what I'm doing, you know, I can look back down and say, okay, this is where this looks the best. And that's been my goal. Right? So notice how the red, look how different the red that we dropped in looks now that we don't have it sitting up next to a cool color across the body. Right? So pretty much across the entire spectrum now, all the red leans up against gold. And so our shadows are darker. They appear darker to the eye than they did against the silver, because that cool color lost, you know, there wasn't as much contrast there. Makes a big change.
The Knockin' wants to know what you'd do if you got some brown on that red right now.
Blame Jen. Hashtag blame Jen.
No, that's not a
Why
real
did you bump
hashtag.
into me?
That's not a hashtag we use around here.
Why did you bump into me? Look what you made me do. Yeah, it's a little unnerving, you know, but you just go with it. Whatever. The nice thing is that the way we've done this glazing, it's easy to fix. This would be one of the models where I'd be like, oh, that kind of sucks, but we could fix it easy.
Mathis said becomes battle damage, turn it into a scratch.
No, the nice thing is, like, literally, if we went bloop and hit a big area of brown, what would we do? Somebody tell me. What have I shown you that you can do to fix it? What would be the steps that you would take to fix if I got brown right in the middle of that shoulder pad? Without taking the paint off. Assume we can't strip the paint back. What would you do?
Try and and wipe it off first.
Yeah, the first thing you do is you try to wipe it off. Get a brush loaded with water and see if you can get rid of the paint, you know, and have the reaction time to be able to pull that off. Generally, that's not going to be an option, right?
More silver than reglaze.
Yeah.
So Mathis,
yeah, Mathis.
You got it.
More silver and reglaze. Because remember, all this model is right now is silver paint and red glaze. That's it. That's all it is, right? And so if you had a particular area that you didn't like, and or it got paint on it, then you would just let the paint cure, try to get it off. As soon as you know that you just can't get it off, then you'd come in with some silver and stipple the silver over that other color, right? And then try to feather the edges the best that you can, and then go back with your last red glaze, which for us was just pure red, and see if that works. I guess it really depends on where the mess up was. Is the mess up in shadow? Does it straddle shadow? You might have to just repaint the whole panel, would be your best bet. So you could come in and repaint this whole panel with the gunmetal first, and then, you know, highlight it with the silver, and then glaze it with that 50-50 mix of whole red, and then let that dry, and then paint your shadows with the whole red glaze, and then glaze the pure red back over it. And then you just compare it to the nearest red and keep working it until you got it right. You know, since you've already done this, it shouldn't be that hard to come back and make it work, but it's not always the easiest thing to recreate a panel, you know, especially if it's right next to something else, you know. But yeah, when you're glazing, like I said, it gives you kind of a fearless method of attacking the model. I don't want to say sling paint, because that's not something that you want to have to be forced to do. You know, just going in and fixing your work sucks, right? It soaks up time. It's not efficient. It can lead to problems. So, you know, try your hardest not to do that. But if you happen to, it's not the end of the world.
Did you use the GW Glaze bloodletter for it, or something else?
No, I just made it out of red paint. The GW glazes don't really glaze very well. You don't use them as glazes. You use them as like tints or something. I prefer to make my own glazes. I don't buy anything except glaze medium, the Vallejo glaze medium, and then we've been working up from whole red for our reds, and the bases were all metallics because that was the goal, was to get a metallic red going. Wow, when I filled gaps, I totally missed that one. That's not... I would not want to haul these big pauldrons around. These things are fucking thick. Look at this poor guy. He's pissed off because he has to wear these damn big pieces of metal on his shoulders, is what he is. I'm learning about this armor as I'm pulling color through it. What color here?
Mathis suggests that maybe he saw his friend's lightly armored shoulder get cleaved through with an axe and decided for some heavier duty shoulder pad.
Oh, okay. All right.
He's a thinker, this one.
He's a thinker. He's like, nope, that ain't happening to me. But now
he learns from other people's mistakes.
But now he's waltzing around going, whose bright idea was this shit? These things have got away more than a normal human.
Oh, Skybound, alright. Skybound's heading out. Congratulations.
Alright, buddy, congrats on the win. Skybound took home the Space Marine Strike Force Ultima box set today. Well, he didn't take it home. It will be shipped to his home.
Sent to his home.
Congrats, my friend.
Have a good weekend.
Thank you so much for the support, Cy. You're the man.
Don't forget Monday.
Yeah, guys, we
Stop
will
by
be
after
doing
you go
a
to the
surprise stream on Monday. We don't know the time yet, but we will be doing some streaming on Monday with costumes. Well, for me, funny hats. I don't know if I'll have a costume.
We can only see our faces,
only see
really,
our faces
anyway.
anyway.
A full costume would be a bit much.
We are going to have some fun on Monday. And hey, we had a good stopping point. Yeah.
You'll be the highlight of your day. All right. Ours too.
Yeah, trust me, we're gonna have a lot of fun. I'm psyched. That's a great idea. All right, yeah. Again, I'm not going to do the gold around the head. Most of this will be gold too, but these little pockets on here, I avoid doing any of the gold until I figure out what I want to do with these. I might want to do some glow inside these areas here, you know, like some green or some sort of off-color glow, maybe blue in and amongst the gold on his head. But see, you can really tell like all the steps I took to pull the face out with silver. I mean, that was kind of like fixing a mistake like we just talked about, right? I had to go back over the areas that were too dark. We just pulled it out with just raw silver across the brows and the top of the forehead and all of that, and it already looks like we've kind of line highlighted his face. We went back and glazed it back down into the zone of reds, but it still gives us that pop that we wanted to make sure that skull feature stands out, right? But all the metallics, I look exactly the way I envisioned them, right? Look at as each panel comes into the light. You know, when it's not in the light, right, it's just got kind of a dull red look to it, and then it really starts popping because of that metallic under layer, right? Every time we hit it. Even though they're dull and matte finish, right, that metallic does exactly what we wanted it to do. We wanted it to be a beaten red metal.
Why don't you donate $5 to the cause and
holy
it'll make
crap!
you feel better.
Is that a chin? Is that a chin anonymous?
Chinonymous.
Chinonymous.
$20.
Coming in hot with the $20. Thank you so much. Hype that up in chat.
Gotta make them plans for
We think that's chin. We never know until it actually pops up there, right?
Yeah, it's Chin.
Chin. All right, Chin. Thank you so much, man. Right. So just another technique for doing red. Is this the way that you should do all your reds? No, by any means, no. You know, like I said, on all of these models, we've done our reds completely differently. Doing this box set last week, we went in and we said, hey, let's use inexpensive paints. And so we used the 50 cent, 25 cent tube paint, this crimson from Hobby Lobby, right? Literally, acrylic Masters Touch Hobby Lobby permanent red is what we were using. That, and I think there's a crimson that was the deep color. And these are literally just artist tube paints, and we were thinning them down with water. I only used water. I didn't use any medium on this model at all. I wanted to see how far we could take those paints with water. And if you look, even though they're glossy, you can see there's not a lot of paint buildup there that isn't just the model. A little bit of texturing because it's thicker on the pigment than a normal paint, but not much, right? Not much at all. Right, so if you can get past, I haven't knocked these down with a matte primer yet, or with a matte varnish yet, which I need to before I go on and paint too much else on highlights. But this is all with inexpensive paint, but this is just standard blending on all of the red, right, with a 50-cent tube of paint, as opposed to a $6, you know, bottle of Vallejo or GW paint. And that red looks awesome. I mean, that red looks awesome. Once I flat it out, it's going to look more so. You know, look at the way it blends. It blends just as well, if not almost better, than, you know, a normal paint. What we consider to be a normal paint, right? So all the blending was good. The golds look good. All of this, the gold metallic and everything came out of that same $18 set of Masters Touch from Hobby Lobby. So that metallic gold, I did it the same way. I painted it over. I think I painted this over burnt umber, actually, as opposed to golden brown. And so it gave us some really good shading on the gold just straight out of the gates. You don't have to do much on that gold at all. Like, I literally don't have to do much because the shade was kind of natural with it. The skin tones work really well, and that was that was just using their flesh and like maybe one of their ochres. I don't remember what I used for the flesh. Maybe not the burnt umber, maybe the raw umber. I think I used raw umber, and then just whatever they had as their flesh. There was one paint in here that's called skin or flesh. Yeah, flesh. They have a tube of flesh, and I mixed that with raw umber.
It's very orange, like Trump. We should call it Trump.
Yeah, to get these colors here, you know. And so this was just inexpensive, but that's one method to do it, right? So you've got all sorts of ways to achieve the same kind of thing, right? So what we're doing gives us a really cool metallic deep red effect next to this guy, you know, with that deep red armor. And then we've got the way that I would normally, what I would call my normal workup for reds, would just be Vallejo whole red to red, and just blending in with, you know, a base of 100% whole red, and then working 75% whole red and 25 red, 50-50, and then 75 red, 25 whole red, and working up from there. And so this is my standard blended reds, you know, and so those look completely different than the other ones. And so here's 3 methods of getting red on your model. that all give totally different methods and totally different outcomes, you know. But there's not a one of them. There might be one that appeals to you more, but there's not a one of them that's incorrect, you know. A whole army of these guys is going to look bitchin'. A whole army of these guys is going to look bitchin' after they're matted down, you know, and a whole army of these guys is look bitchin'. So, you know. Crom! Welcome! Is this Crom? Is this Crom like the god Crom? No, that's with a C, isn't it? The Conan god Crom. The other guy we haven't put any red on yet. The other guy who's got gold skin tones that we were doing. So he's the least along because we spent the entire stream working up non-metallic gold style skin on him, which isn't completed yet. I haven't found the muse to go back and work on this guy. But we've got a lot of work to do just to get. I didn't do his work up on his back yet all the way. But we were working on the chest area, like the pec muscles in this area over here first. So making it like he's made out of golden metal or dipped in gold or something like that, you know. And so we'll do, you know, his reds in a totally different manner. So most of this will be a surprise because by the time you guys see these models again, hopefully they'll all be done and up for grabs come the second week of November, third week of November, when we give them all away. So just like Kenny, my set's not near as far along as Kenny's is. Kenny's been a lot more focused on getting his done. I've been using mine more as a method to show you guys individual paint techniques and creating 4 totally different characters. But at the end of the day, these are going to be really fun, a great set, and a hell of a giveaway. I'm super stoked, most of all, out of all of this so far, with our slate bases that we created here. I'm doing my entire Imperial Fist army with these slate bases now. So that's how jazzed I got about those. So see, even I learned stuff hanging out with you guys. I got all stoked. I was like, wait a minute, we could do slate. And then I just started working up. This is all done with glazing, too. This entire slate base that we made is all glazes. Look at that. Right? Painted exclusively with glazes that we worked up from black and black-gray. Believe it or not. I highlighted these up like they were going to be gray stone, and then somebody said, no, they can't just be gray, and so we did this. And the glazes just turned out freaking awesome. So my entire Imperial Fist army is
Was the gold skin guy on Friday? On a Friday?
It was on. All of these have been on a Friday, yes.
So they're all available for people
Yeah,
to watch.
the gold skin guy was 2 weeks ago.
Where would they find them?
From now.
Video.
That VOD is up on, it's on Twitch. And I don't know if that one got exported to YouTube. I think it did. So you could go check out my YouTube channel, Slow Fuse Gaming, as well, and it may be on there. Most of the Friday ones are on there. It seems like one of them or 2 of them didn't upload all the way. Last Friday's is definitely up on YouTube. I checked, and it did go through the one of the painting with inexpensive paints, this guy. So you can see how, you know, we didn't really have any struggles. I was going to say you can see the struggles we have with the paint, but you can hear me talk about the way I was having to work with those cheap paints in order to get them to come out right, which wasn't very hard. I was using just my standard techniques. And then the week before that was where we did the golden skin, and I think we posted that one up. I might need to go see. It may have been one of the ones that didn't really make it through the cut. So, and this guy I will work up, and I'll probably show you various unsundry peeks at them during the course of other streams. But during the week, I like to work on customer commissions and our own studio Imperial Fist army, which the Imperial Fists are coming along pretty cool. We've got, I made a... You got it here?
I got it, yeah.
Say bye, Jen.
Hit my wall really hard.
Say bye, Jen.
You got some questions in here about this slate.
Okay, cool. I made a Skank and Domitar. This is my Skank and Domitar. Say bye, Jen.
Have a good weekend. And see us on Monday?
Yep, Monday for
We don't
Halloween.
have time yet. We'll figure it out.
We'll figure it out, but we'll be wearing crazy hats and stuff.
Bye, everyone.
I made a
Love you
Skank and Domitar for my Imperial Fist army. My first Domitar that I ever built. He's kind of funny. He's like in that, whoa, had too much to drink pose. But I swear he'll be cool. Let me see. Let me catch up with questions. Were they ones that had my name? Okay. Yeah, so Hood Days, or Hood's Gate, you should be able to find that one. Oh, thanks, babe. Neo Cypher, yes. Where did I get the slate Mimnar? No, it's tree bark. It's not actual slate, it's tree bark. It's literally just wood chips. not tree bark. Well, yeah, it's tree bark, but it's sold at the hardware store as wood chips. Wood chips. Yeah, it's off base. It's wood chips. That's tree bark, right? And so you just break up the tree bark, and until you get the shapes you need to put your model on it. You remember this guy was stomping on a pile of skulls. I cut his skulls off so that we could build his custom base for him. And so yeah, I just arranged this is 2, 3, 4 pieces, right? And it probably all came out of one piece that I just broke, and then you just have to take the individual pieces off. I should probably do a tutorial about using wood chips as basing material, because it's fantastic stuff. And it's got a little bit of basing material on here, a little bit of fine, sand on here that I just dry brushed up with browns, my standard workup for browns, and then this is wood. Straight from the hardware store. I got a bag. I got a 3-pound bag out in the garage that costs $4. Literally, $4. And then you just do this. And this is all done, like I said, with glazing. It was all gray rock, and then we just glazed greens and rusts and yellows and grays back onto it to get it that Indian slate feel. I think this is called Indian slate. Is the one that has more of the green and the rust in it. And it turned out great. Right? It's got a satin sheen to it. I'll probably allow it to stay satin. I probably will mat it down for protection, and then I'll go back with a satin varnish and paint over it so that you get that kind of slate feel, because I really like that sheen that it's got. But I need to mat it down. Well, Mathis, it does. Well, yeah, because it's natural wood, so it's going. But just like cork, all you have to do is prime the hell out of it, right? So I hit it with probably 3 coats of primer. It soaks up the primer pretty quick the first go round, but not as bad as cork. Like cork, when you prime it the first go round, and remember, I airbrush prime everything. If you were to paint prime it, it would probably soak in more. With an airbrush, the fine aerosol that you're putting on it helps to alleviate some of that soak. But I gave 3 coats of black primer. And then just started painting. And this is what we got. No problem. I never had to go back and repaint anything. Nothing soaked in to the point to where it's, any different than it should be. It looks great. Worked like a champ. But, there. Yes, I'm really happy with the slate. Like I said, my entire Imperial Fist army is going to be on this slate. That color of that slate, because I really think that that's going to go tremendous with the yellows and stuff that we're doing on a slate dirt base. I think it's just going to be great. The blacks, the yellows, and the bright greens that we're doing on all these guys, I think are going to be supremely awesome. I'm stoked to see that. I've just been building tons of dudes. I finally got all the third-party assault packs for my Marines, so I'm doing the old Mark II style assault packs, right? But since Forge World doesn't just sell assault packs, I had to buy them from a third company, or a third-party company. I'm working up my assault Marines, getting them ready. Got tons of stuff going on. Tons of things. I'm stoked with where we got tonight. I like old boy. The red metallic armor, I think, turned out great. A lot of people have been asking how you can get metallic armor done. This is a really good dirty metallic. Had we wanted it to be like a brighter, more even look, we could have done thicker glazing. You guys saw how the thick glaze for the shadows, really put a lot of pigment in there, versus the very thin glaze that I was doing to tint the armor with the red. And if you did it like this and you said, man, that's just not red enough, you just keep glazing red on it. I mean, you can literally just keep piling up the red glaze. You just have to be careful, because eventually you pile up enough glaze on it that you lose some of the metallic and you'll lose a lot of the transition to it, and it starts to build up enough pigment to look like solid paint. So you can't just glaze forever, right? I talk like you can, but there's a limit, because at some point in time it achieves the opacity of just a slightly thin paint, and that's of course not what you're looking for. What you're really looking for is that base silver that we put on there to be the feel of the model, and then we're just coloring the silver, almost like with an ink. We could have done this with ink too. With the ink, we wouldn't have gotten as we would have had to have done more with pre-painting all of our shadows if we wanted to, because the ink will never build up enough to give you the shading. You know, when we did the ink yesterday with this little guy, right? This guy was painted with ink and ink over hand-done shadows, and we had to do all the shadows beforehand because the ink isn't going to make any shadows at all, right? So this guy's all worked up with grays and whites and dark grays to give you all the shading and highlights that you needed to then put the ink on. And then you ink it, and like we did here, you say, okay, well, what area is too bright, what area is too dark, and then you go back with grays and whites and blacks, just like we went back with silvers to brighten this guy up. We went back with grays and whites to brighten and darken down areas, and then we just put ink on it. And so it really keeps it down. Last night, you can watch last night's VOD, but the key thing was that there was a very stark halo line where the bright yellow ended on its head, and so we went back and dabbed a bunch of gray in there and then just inked it back down, and now you have a really smooth transition between all of your bright top of the head and the fade down in the back. And we got this guy completely done on stream. Now, granted, he's tiny, right? But I mean, it's just a really quick way to achieve some neat stuff. And we glaze the eyes to give the eyes that blue glow. It's just a technique that I suggest you learn no matter what. You know? And really, when you say glaze, it's really just learning to work with the opacity in general. Nice, Butters. Black, metallic gold, clear red, and then polish. Nice. Nice. Yeah, hoods. I'll definitely. We do some basing tutorials around here every now and then. We did the tutorial on the bases that I made for Maths' Emperor's Children, and I forget what other bases we made. Basically, it was these, as a matter of fact, right? So we made these guys on stream, and then we decided Mathis wanted the 32mm bases, so now I have all these 25mm bases. So if you're playing Infinity and you'd like a set of 10 25mm bases, they're here. But we did these as polished concrete, and then we weathered it all back down. So at different stages during the stream, we told you how to make these bases out of cork. This is just cork. I etched it, weathered it, and then with the chalk pastels went in and did all of the final weathering on them, and the weathering carried up into the feet of the guys too. Right. So we did a full tutorial on how to make these, which again was just concrete, broken concrete. So it has a more polished top and very linear, but those turned out really nice. Here's one that was done before we weathered it. So this was kind of how it ended before we did the weathering on it. And again, that's just cork. But because we went through and I showed you how to glaze glue on the white glue, the PVA glue on the top of this, to get it to where you smoothed out the cork, so it doesn't look like cork, right? It looks like stone. All sorts of tips and tricks that we can do. Oh, you dropped your mini. No. Lady Brinstar, what's going on? Hello. Hello, you caught us right at the end, Lady Brinstar. We're about to host somebody else. Sous Chef? Is Sue on? We should look and see who's on. We're about to host Sue. My eyes are popping out of my head. I gotta put some food in my mouth and then go to bed. I never go to bed this early. I'm lying. I saw like 3 hours before Jen goes to bed pretty early. Sous Chef is on. You're going be passing it over to Sue. For all of you guys that are subs, you know how it works. You're going to go over to Sous Chef as soon as I host him, right? And throw up as many heart bombs and snails and whatever emotes you're falling in love with here up in his channel, and say hello and spend some time with Sue. He's going to take you tonight. Looks like he's working on some cool terrain. He was making a really cool terrain feature, which is actually a big piece of terrain for a board that he's making, maybe? I don't know. Maybe it's a commission. I don't know what he's doing, but it's cool. So, as always, thank you guys so much. Jen and I appreciate it tremendously when you choose to spend your time with us. We never get sick of saying that. I hope you never get sick of hearing it. And we will be back on Monday. Normally we wouldn't be back until Tuesday, but we're going to come back on Monday and wear silly hats for Halloween and drink libations and see if we can't get drunk and fall out of our chairs together. So it should be fun no matter what. I don't know what we're going to be doing. We may not paint a damn thing. We may just talk shit and tell bad jokes. I don't know. We'll paint something. Maybe we'll pull a model out of the sin bin and see if I can paint while drinking loads of alcohol. I'm not a heavy drinker, so me drinking just about anything will probably put me over the top. So it might be funny to just get me drunk, let her talk on the stream, turn my mic off, and let me paint. So we'll see. We'll have fun either way, and I'll be wearing silly hats and masks and stuff like that, so will she. So we'll have a good time. So if you have time on your Monday, your Halloween, stop by and see us. I don't know what time, so keep checking Facebook. I don't want to run over and step on anybody's toes because we don't normally stream on Monday, but we might just do it anyway. We might just be like, yeah, it's great. We're going to stream. So, but we'll figure it out. Check in with us. If you have time, check back with us then, and we'll see you on Monday. If not, have a great weekend. We will see you back here on Tuesday for sure. Thank you so much to all of our new followers. Thank you so much to all of our new subs. Thank you so much for everybody that got us over the hump on the Critical Mass. That was amazingly quick, and congrats to all the winners. We gave away the Space Marine character sprue. We gave away a Hordes 2-player starter set, and the big one of the night was the Space Marines Strike Force Ultima box set. That Cybound won. So fantastic stuff. Thank you guys so much for supporting us the way you do. We're oh so happy to be able to give back, and I hope you enjoyed the painting. So with all that, I'm out of here. We'll see you. Bye.